Hey everyone, and welcome to NinjaOne's ITX Summit. I'm Rachel Spatz, VP of Marketing at NinjaOne.
And I'm Jonathan Crow, Director of Content and Community at NinjaOne. So Rachel, this isn't our first virtual summit, but this is the first time we're calling it ITX. And some folks have been asking, what's that X stand for?
That's right, they have. And now that you're all here, we can tell you.
It stands for the unexpected. Case in point, bet you didn't know today's sessions are going to feature pirates. Not just any pirates, space pirates.
Wait, what?
And superheroes like the X-Men. And explosion.
Jonathan, wait. What are you talking about? We're not going to have any of that stuff.
I mean, okay, yeah, not exactly that.
But we are going to have some really cool examples of how folks are building better IT experiences for users, technicians and admins, leadership, everyone. And we're going to be giving away some really cool prizes.
Well, that does sound great too.
It's better than great, Jonathan. It's exceptional.
Thank you everyone again for being here. We really do have a great event for you. 3 quick notes before we start. Number 1, these sessions are being recorded and you will get the videos after we wrap. Number 2, this session is live and interactive, so use the chat. And number 3, if you have any technical issues, try refreshing. If that doesn't work, ping us.
With that, welcome to ITX. Enjoy the summit, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Oh, welcome to ITX. I hope you liked that intro. That was, I think that was a wish list, a bucket list thing for Rachel, and certainly for myself too. I'm Jonathan Crow, Director of Content and Community, as my Lego avatar already announced. And with me, I've got Rachel Spatz, VP of Marketing, and Brittany Brown, our Technical Content and Community Manager. Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining. Good morning. Oh, and Rachel, we can't. You're on mute there.
I was laughing so hard at the video. That was actually the first time that I saw it. We got that in the 11th hour last night. So I was like a mom at an exciting stage event, recording it with my cell phone. I wasn't going to be able to have access to it later.
Well,
yeah,
for those
all my
who are
dreams have come true.
Oh yeah, no, so happy to see it. For those of you joining, maybe you caught a little bit of the clips that we were sharing beforehand. The whole theme of this ITX summit is building better experiences, and that's why we chose Lego prizes. That's why we had our cool Lego video. I'll include a link to that animator that we hired because he's amazing. What a cool job he did. Thank you so much, everybody jumping in the chat. It's so awesome to see everyone from all over the world. This is super cool. We're really excited to be back with another virtual summit from your good friends here at NinjaOne. And we've got a great lineup for you. A really packed agenda, lots of great speakers that covers the gamut from building better user experiences, building better experiences for technicians, for leadership, everybody, like our video said. So in the build up to this, a lot of you, I think, participated. We asked, hey, everybody, would you share your build that you're most proud of? And this is what we asked people to share this. And this is how we had a contest for giving away those prizes. And what were those prizes? 3 big, awesome Lego sets. I can see in the comments already. Oh man, I'm so cool. Jonathan, thank you for sharing your Ninja figure. Our Ninja figures, I mean, Rachel can speak to this. We've been giving them away for a while. They're super big hits. People love them. We know how much everyone loves Lego, myself included, for sure. So these are the prizes that we're giving away. And we invite everyone to share their favorite build. The other thing that we want to do is give away some of these guys. And so if you're seeing that picture of the NinjaOne Lego person and you're feeling jealous, you can get one of these yourself. We're going to be giving these to our 10 finalists that we picked for this Share Your Best Build contest. We're also going to be giving some of these away to attendees that we're picking at random throughout the event. So stay tuned for that. Okay, so let me go back here. And before we get into our finalists, actually, Brittany, let me introduce you because you're a relatively new face. I mean, you've been here for a while now, but relatively new to Ninja. You are representing us on Spiceworks and many other places. I just wanted to give you a shout out. And you're not only our Spiceworks representative, you are an award-winning Spiceworks representative. At Spice World that happened back in October, you were chosen, you were voted by the people as the most
Chosen.
popular vendor rep. So we're all very honored to have you here.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to be here. Honestly, definitely a huge honor that I was not expecting. I worked at Spiceworks just so everyone knows, I worked at Spiceworks for about 7 years. So finally being able to win one of these awards was very, very cool. So I was excited to be able to kind of represent Ninja and kind of bring that award home. So it's pretty cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, well deserved. And like we mentioned, so we asked people, we got submissions over Twitter, over LinkedIn, over Facebook. We also posted, you posted on Spiceworks, and we got some great things here. We got from like scary office rebuilds or bathroom renovations. We got arcade machines. What were some other things that jumped out at you when you were looking through this, Brittany?
Yeah, so the arcade machines, there were actually a couple of them. I was surprised to see multiples. I actually really like the if you scroll back up to the backyard renovation. My backyard is completely empty right now. So and it has been for about a year. So this was something that I thought was really cool. It made me want to go, you know, redo my backyard. But yes, so the arcade cabinet, I thought there were
So
a couple
cool.
of them in there.
So
So
cool.
cool, and kind of something that I would love to put in my own office at some point. Um, and then this actually is one of my favorites. It's a replica, like Witcher sword in its own custom case. That was definitely one of my absolute favorites.
I just
Um,
started watching The Witcher and I found out Rachel is a fan too.
I am a huge fan, and I'm devastated by the news that they're
I know.
replacing it with the Hemsworth.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like,
I don't know how
oh,
to.
it's not gonna work. Yeah, so I think we get one more season with the Superman actor. I'm really bad at actor names, so yeah.
Henry
So,
Cavill. Yeah.
yeah, Henry Cavill. Thank you.
One thing I love about this contest overall, which is I just love this contest so much. I love all the submissions. Like everyone is so creative. It's incredible how like all the submissions that we got, how talented people are, how creative, how cute.
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
a
we got quite a few
build.
people saying their kids. And on that note, I'm picking the finalists. This was really hard to do, but I had a couple of rules that I kind of threw out there. We're not going to vote on people's kids and make that like a vote on a kid versus like a guitar or something. So kids, that was cute, but we're tossing that out. Also, any kind of projects that were kind of like team efforts, and involving like kind of multiple things. Like this is a good example of that. Like these are amazing. This is someone who was Brittany making some props for like Renaissance fairs or something like that.
Yeah, I believe it was a role playing event.
Oh
So
yeah,
they had a cathedral with these stained glass windows. They built there was a throne and like temples and things like that. So definitely one of my favorite entries too. But to your point, definitely a group effort there.
yeah, yeah. We definitely saw some themes. A group effort. This person helped make the Burning Man. Are you kidding me?
My gosh.
Amazing. Totally crazy. So Rachel, go back. I mean, you're really the brainchild behind this. We were trying to think of a good contest, and you came up with this one. I'm so glad that you did.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, it was we were just in one of our one-on-ones, and Jonathan's so great with coming up with these themes, and we were all about building a better IT experience. That's what ITX is about, and what Ninja's about is building a better IT experience. So we thought it'd be fun to stick with that build theme. We were trying to figure out like a contest because we always like to have contests. We love to like give stuff away. So we're like, how can we have people enter? We want people to vote because we did the minifigs. We had like the build your own for our D&D event last time. And yeah, so we were really excited to release this and let people brag a little, and we know that we have such an overwhelmingly creative community. And I love how creative people got with their interpretation of builds. I mean, the kid stuff is adorable. I love that. But yeah, I mean, building anything from like the Lego setups to kitchen renovations, like DIY desk setups, tree houses for your kids or for yourself. So I love how creative people got. And I think we selected some of our favorites from all over the social platforms where we gathered them. And I think we have some top picks, right, Jonathan?
That's right. And so we're going to go through these, and here's how this is going to work. So we picked 10 finalists, really hard to do. Michael, thank you for posting that picture. I encourage anyone who wants to share more things in the chat there, feel free to do it. Show us some Halloween stuff that just happened. Show us some more things that you've built. We're going to be picking people to win some stuff throughout the event too. So it's not just these finalists who are going to win, but each of these finalists, just as a reminder, is going to win this custom NinjaOne Lego workstation, and they're going to pick their figure. They get to actually say like what type of head and hair and all that stuff, because that's the kind of thing that if you're ever lucky enough to go see Ninja at a live in-person event, we've got these things where you can make your own Lego figure. So they're going to win one of those, and then we're going to vote here. You all, the people, you're responsible for picking which of the following 10 are going to win our top 3 prizes. And let's see. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to launch a poll here. And I'm opening it now. Let's see if I can bring it onto the screen. Oh, I can't while I'm sharing my screen. Hold on one second. I'm going to bring up this. So this is our poll here. And you're going to, all these names are going to make more sense as we go through them. But if you go over to the polls right now, you should be able to see those and you'll be able to start voting. We're going to have voting open throughout the entire event, and we'll check in throughout the day, throughout the morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. And we'll see what's going on. You're already voting? You don't know what these are.
I haven't seen them.
Hold on.
You're like, which one has the best name?
Yeah, so let me pull this back up. Okay, let's go through these real quick, and then we're gonna get to our sessions. Okay, the best builds nominees. I feel like there should be a drum. Great minds. All right, the finalist number 1. Look at this. It's a bench made out of Mac towers. Unbelievable. Joseph, you rock. I think all of us were like in awe of this one and super jealous.
So cool.
Magnus, if you're looking to make more of those, you know where to send them. Oh man, okay. I don't know if we should say our favorites, but this one really stood out for me. This is a Lego Nintendo. It's playable. It's actually playable because someone put a Raspberry Pi in it, and so that's cool. So cool. The Black Pearl made out of sheet metal. Who are you people? You're amazing.
Don't you have jobs?
Oh man, the Witcher sword, Brittany.
Amazing.
Yeah. Very cool.
Look at this, Matt Yorty. Let's going away from strict nerdom to Murphy beds.
Wow.
How amazing. Matt, if you're listening, if you're on here, I hope you are. I really want to see a video of you like flying out of the Murphy bed. That would be cool. The arcade cabinet, we mentioned those, crowd favorite. Let's see here. Okay, this guitar, this is not just any guitar. This is made from scratch. We had a lot of woodworkers. Oh,
yeah. Wow. Incredible.
And okay, this, I mean, Halloween.
So cute.
We had a kid who wanted to be a firefighter. This is a wagon transformed to a fire truck. This is amazing.
Adorable.
So adorable. Rachel, this one's for you.
Oh, it's my favorite. Yeah. So cute.
This person has a bulldog, didn't really like the stairs, build a ramp.
Oh, I like how the dog is like, thanks, Dad.
Oh, man. And Joseph, look at you, sharing more builds. And Ray, yeah, good point. Anything that helps you not look at a computer. Hobbies are good. Yeah. I need some.
I just go and watch Great British Bake Off, so I need to get a hobby.
That's pretty good too. Okay, so that is those are 10 finalists. So once again, if you go over to the polls there, you should be able to start the voting. And I see people are already doing that. That's awesome. You can also, if you go to this link, I'll share this here in the chat too. If you forget what they are, we'll share this link throughout the day so you can remind yourself who you're voting for, what those actually are. Okay, so with that, I guess one final note. So Brittany, you'll be coming back to us at the end of the day. We're going to be announcing our big prize winners then. Rachel, this is when we bid you adieu. But thank you so much for making all this happen. Any parting words for our crowd?
Merry Christmas. I went to Starbucks this morning and we have Christmas cups out. So
Boo. Too soon.
Rude.
Too soon.
Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas. I know I'm like, what? But no, I'm super excited for this event today. I will be tuning in as I multitask and probably engaging in the chat like I always do, trolling people like I always, classic.
Absolutely.
Rachel.
I wouldn't count on anything less.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, no, thank you both. Thank you everyone for coming on board, taking time out of your day. We're going to get things kicked off with our first session here, and stick around to the end. So we've got 4 different sessions for you that are pure thought leadership and IT pros sharing their expertise and advice. Really excited about it. And then we have a 5th session where, hey, we're builders too. NinjaOne likes to build. We're a build first software company, and that's been our approach. We've got some exciting new announcements to share, so stay tuned for that, and then we'll be announcing the prize winners. So thank you one and all, and let's get into it.
Have fun.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Ashley.
Good morning.
Elizabeth, Kelvin. Oh my gosh. So excited to have you guys here. I do want to give a call out really quickly. So for those of you in the chat here on the session, and maybe you're paying close attention to the agenda, we originally had Chris Burns from Dedicated IT who's going to be joining us. And Chris had, unfortunately, a personal emergency that he got in touch with me about last night. Really sorry for that. Definitely thinking about him. I know everybody was looking forward to hearing from him. He's got a lot of great things to share on this topic. We'll have him back on. We'll get to it another time. But my heroes, Ashley, Elizabeth, and Kelvin, you all swooped in. You're saving the day, and we've got so many great things to share about this topic. You're all passionate about it. You've all got great expertise. So thank you for joining. Before we get kicked off, I'll set the stage a little bit and give you some intros. Although a lot of you, for anyone who's been joining Ninja events, these will be familiar faces, I'm sure. I think the first thing that I wanted to say was, and everyone in the chat, feel free to chime in here. We've got some polls that we're going to launch in a second. Experience. So this is the big theme, right? The ITX. So we're talking about experience. And I guess my first question for the panel here is, why are we doing that? I have some thoughts. You all have much smarter thoughts. But I basically want to pose the question to you: why is this a big thing right now? Why are we all starting to hear this talked about more and more? Why is this important? I know that from our perspective at NinjaOne, we talk to IT folks all the time. We talk to MSPs every day. One of the biggest challenges that we hear consistently, more often than any other, is that it's really difficult to differentiate. There's more competitors than ever. Traditional work is becoming table stakes. Everyone says they provide the best service. So how do people stand out? And that's one thing where quite a few of our partners are doing more and more to distinguish themselves in that regard, and really standing out in the experiences they're providing in some very, very cool ways that I think we're going to get into in a second here in this session. On the internal IT side, I mean, more than any other metrics, good or bad user experience, this is what teams are really remembered for. People are going to be angry with how they felt, or they're going to have something great, and that's what they're going to pass along to their bosses. That's what's going to carry along and get back to the IT folks. In a broader sense, though, I mean, I think everybody can agree we're basically in this age, and have been for a while now, where technology, I mean, we're all used to it it catering to us, right? We're all super impatient. We all want things to just work, to be super easy and seamless. And then when they're not, we get frustrated pretty quickly. And we also tell everybody we know about that. So providing good experiences seems like a very important thing across the board. But I'll kick it over to you, Kelvin, to start things off. Kelvin, for those who don't know, is he's CTO at Lime Networks, an MSP operating out of the Netherlands, and he's also a Microsoft MVP. Incredible contributor to the MSP community. Talk about builders. He, my friends, is a builder. He builds a ton of scripts that he shares through his blog CyberDrain. He's also the builder of SIP, which is a multi-tenant platform for managing Microsoft 365. And just constant guest, a good friend. Kelvin, thanks so much for swooping in and taking time.
You can keep going. I was really enjoying like all these edits we're putting together.
We only have 45 minutes, Kelvin. I would go on.
No, thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, and so to start things off, I mean, you've been thinking about experience a lot lately.
The timing of this session could not have been better. Just last week I was discussing a little bit of background about my MSP. My MSP is not just me at the wheel and just driving it like any cool guy. No, it's I have two partners who have opposing views. All of us have opposing views, always and constantly. I'm the guy that takes care of technology. I'm the guy that is supposed to push us forward with our strategy, that kind of stuff, make sure that we have the right products in place, the right people. That's my responsibility. But my partner, Chris, he is very focused on experience because his part of the house is sales and marketing. He always says he's the most important. I always say I'm the most important, and it'll be an internal discussion on who actually is. But I've been talking to him a lot lately. And I've been talking to him mostly because he started saying that the way we were measuring our efficiency was wrong. And I'm a hard number guy. I'm the guy that always says our SLA is one of the most important things to our client. And in the last, I think, 6 weeks, he's proven to me, he's convinced me that an SLA is meaningless. It's your customer experience that is so much more important in our business because people don't remember how fast that ticket was resolved, or they don't remember how many of the tickets were resolved within a specific time. They remember how they felt at the moment the ticket was solved. They don't remember anything else. It's the entire experience of the user is so much more important than just, oh, we solved your ticket and everything's working. So, like I said, I'm a hard numbers guy, so I was going against Chris, my partner, saying, it might be a part of the puzzle, but it's not everything, But he has completely convinced that, especially in SMB, that measuring your customer experience might be the most important thing you can do in regards to having any key performance indicators for your customers. Your SLA is not that important. It really isn't, especially not if you're an MSP that services, let's say, 10,000 agents, 10,000 workstations. Each of your clients will be pretty small, fairly small, 100 to 200 workstations, something like that. Each one of your clients, and each one of those clients will be focused a lot more on how they're healing. So Chris pushed on this so much that just this week we actually formalized our XLA instead of our SLA. We're going to put a lot more focus on that XLA part. And I know I'm throwing around these acronyms again.
Yes.
Your SLA is your service level agreement. How fast do you solve tickets? How fast do you react to tickets? And what is the expectations clients can have regarding their experience with you? But your XLA is their experience. How do you measure how they experience that entire journey from creating the ticket or being your client, just starting as your client, towards all the way at the end, towards onboarding the client, onboarding offboarding a specific user, or just finishing up a ticket. It's measuring that entire experience. And it took me a while to understand that, because there was so much soft stuff, not something you can directly measure in numbers. But for me, it's amazing. I know I'm ranting a little, so I will give other people a chance to speak.
No, this is great though. I'm so glad. I mean, you're absolutely right. Timing was great. I mean, you responded with, "Hey, we were actually just implementing this right now," and I couldn't believe it. But yeah, I mean, to the question, I posed this. Ray, hey Ray, good to see you on here. And Maurice too. They're all saying, or John O'Meara is responding. This is the first time they've heard of an XLA too. I think I just saw it recently from a couple of other MSPs who are really kind of like touting it. But can you explain? I mean, what's an example then of what it actually looks like? Can you give like a little bit more of a definition there, or some of the things that you're kind of tracking on it?
Like normally what we're saying is we measure our performance on ticket. And that is what your service level agreement does. We measure how fast we solve something. But we don't measure how a user experienced it. It doesn't matter if you solve a problem within 2 minutes if the user feels like they've been treated like dirt. That doesn't matter at all, because that will damage your company in the long run. So your XLA will go a lot more towards measuring how your user has felt during the journey. And that is something that I always like calling the soft stuff of IT.
Yes.
I'm the guy that likes the hard numbers, but now you're asking more like, you're asking a lot more specific questions on how was your experience with this. Could you tell us in 5 words how you felt when we closed this ticket? And in a lot of cases, we thought we closed the ticket in success. And during our first trial run of our XLA measuring, we actually found out it wasn't that successful at all, because the client came back and said, yeah, my ticket was solved very, very quickly. It was solved very well. The technical issue was resolved. But at the phone, I felt like I was just a number. On the phone, I didn't feel like a person. I felt like this guy might have had 1,000 tickets this day, and he was a little bit annoyed. So you're measuring more on how the client perceives that.
Oh man. Okay. So I'm so happy with the direction this has gone, and I pulled up a poll and people are already responding. You eagle-eyed viewers, you. So I launched another poll. Here it is. Are you actively measuring user experience at all? If so, how? I mean, CSAT's one I'm familiar with. Maybe launching surveys. Very, very interested in folks who say other. Feel free to explain what that is in the chat. But then we have quite a few folks saying, yeah, no, we're not really doing that, but maybe that's something that we could kind of dive into and give some helpful information about with this. So the other thing that's great about this panel, I love this discussion, Kelvin, of you mentioning like, okay, experience. This is the soft stuff. You're a numbers guy. You just want to like you want to know
I like the nerdy stuff.
Yeah, well, what's amazing about all three of you, and Ashley, this is your cue for sure, is that you've melded this in very thoughtful and very intentional ways. You're taking experience and you're being very data driven about it. So Ashley, with that, I mean, maybe Ashley Cooper, Director of Partner Experience Operations at Gradient MSP, and also an admin of the MSP Geek community, which is a fantastic community for MSPs that's accessible via Slack and Discord. We'll drop a link to that. But Ashley, this is a good chance for you to explain a little bit about your career arc and kind of, because you've really, I mean, I remember when you and I spoke about a year ago, and I was just coming into this community role, and I really came to you for advice. And the way it really struck me very quickly that you've thought a lot about this, you've worked along really hard on it, and you've really operationalized it in a very cool way.
Yeah, I think, thank you, by the way. Thanks for letting me be here. I think that this is like some of the topics, you always bring me in on the coolest topics. So I guess I'll start. Yeah, so I started at an MSP back in 2009. I came in as a dispatcher and as like kind of like a first tier help desk. But I'm really an analytical kind of like operations and numbers person also, like Kelvin was saying, at heart. But at the same time, I'm very like psychology based and focusing on like what motivates and like are we measuring the right things. And so at my MSP, I intrinsically ended up moving into a role where I was focused on making sure all of our systems were integrated and we were using all of the different tools in the best way possible. And kind of what I learned about from that I've taken with me since then is, you know, like everybody works within their silos of their job, and, you know, like they're thinking about their own processes and requirements, and they often have a lot of other needs of these other teams as well, where they don't necessarily know that that's something that they could glean. And so when you have somebody that's kind of working east to west across the entire journey of an experience, whether that's people, processes, technology, automation, it really brings out the best for everyone, right? And so when I had left my MSP, I actually ended up being a sole proprietor. I was doing a consultancy for MSPs, and so I took what I learned there and I brought that to a whole bunch of other um, MSPs who were needing help operationalizing their PSA processes and interconnecting all of their other tools and understanding why they need to put opportunities in their systems so that they can then see the rewards in invoicing, right? Like a lot of people struggle to see that full picture. So I was really bringing that value to the community. I then moved, and I think like the geeks like to refer to it as the dark side, over to the vendor side of things when I went over to Avik, and I brought everything I knew about like internal MSP processes and managing your end clients as an MSP there, and kind of helped them figure out how that tool fits into that tool stack and how they can grow those revenue opportunities as well as their efficiencies. And now I'm at Gradient, and this problem that Gradient is solving is one that's like really intrinsic to me because it's something that I've been doing since I was at my MSP. But the concept of like explaining to people why they want to make sure that their like contracts have all of their you know, all of the various costs associated with them, and how important that is to the finance teams and how important that is to the sales teams. Is a huge struggle still for MSPs today, like even 10 years later. So I spent a lot of time trying to figure that out. And, you know, one thing that's very common amongst all of it is this idea that, Kelvin, you kind of touched on it with the, you said that it's like, oh, you're analytical and like that kind of measuring is soft, right? And so I think I just mentioned this to Jonathan yesterday, actually, where, oh, did I say something wrong? What I meant by that was soft measuring is very easy to kind of like get creative about, right? And so there's a lot of things that from the experience standpoint, and I love the concept of the XLA, moving to the XLA over the SLA, because it is encouraging you to focus on the easiest way I can put it is like with an SLA, you're focused on measuring your output and your processes, right? But with an experience focus on that, you're focused on your outcomes and your value, right? So it's still the same end result, but you're driving towards more of what do they want from you instead of what do you want from them. And then that intrinsically helps you actually measure more of what those potentially soft experiences might be, because they're not going to tell you or assume that you want to know everything that they're doing. But if you know what you're looking at, and if you know what you're looking for, you can identify it and you can see it in their actions and their behaviors. And if you have a product to measure, even better. But otherwise, there's lots of creative ways to solve for that. So
Yeah.
it's really interesting the way that that's coming together.
Yeah, no, I mean that's something that jumped out to me is how you've taken that approach, because I mean obviously everyone can launch surveys, we can do CSAT scores, and there's always that aspect of, well, are you really going to get people to respond to them? Are they really going to tell you how they really feel? And so it's definitely come across that you a big part of your role is really digging into, well, how can we get the indicators so because it's like Hal says, like everyone lies, right? Or people just don't say anything, they don't raise their
Yeah.
hand. So how do we get indicators that tell us the truth of how they're actually feeling? I've got something I'll bring up, but before I do, Elizabeth, you've been patiently waiting, but nodding very enthusiastically the entire time. Elizabeth, before you kick off, because I know you have some things to say here. So you're starting a new role, community and product manager at Gozynta. So congratulations for that.
Thank you. Yeah, with my new role, I'll be walking kind of that middle line between tech and people again. I have a background in user experience from a web design perspective. That's kind of where I came from. You guys listening may know me from Tier 2 Technologies. We help make the help desk buttons and Tier 2 tickets, which I'll talk about later. But really, the thing that I'm most nodding about and agreeing with Ashley and Kelvin about is really the concept of value and communication with your customers. In UX, in actual UX and web design UX, and not to be haughty about my design experience, but a lot of people, when you look at a phone or when you look at a website, you're like, oh, I love this. It's intuitive. I love it. It's intuitive. It tells me exactly what I need to do. But that's not actually a design concept. The design concept is the element of least surprise, which means you're communicating, you're hammering in what to expect, you're giving them shortcuts and ways to get through to you, you're giving them that with clarity, and you're upholding your side of it as well. We're talking about, Kelvin was talking about if they've, you solve the ticket quickly in 2 minutes, but they felt like they were just one of thousands. Right. Well, why are they going to go to you? And if you look at the numbers of MSPs, right, most of our MSPs are 1 to 5 man shops, like not big places. So what makes this, this customer want to stay with a smaller company that gives them that type of experience when they could go to a bigger company that has more resources that may seem more professional? And that answer is in that user experience and how they interact with your team. So
yeah, absolutely. And welcome back, Kelvin.
Thank you.
well, Ashley, just to bring this kind of make it a little bit more concrete too. So I've got something that I'll bring up on screen that you shared with me, and hope this is okay to share. So yeah, everyone loves a good diagram, right? So maybe this is one way to get to that point of that you're making about someone who's able to step away from their own function. I'm heads down. I respond to tickets. I do this. I do that, and really kind of look at things through the customer or the end user's perspective. But yeah, you want to explain to the good folks on the call what this chart's all about?
Yeah, I made this about 13 years ago, actually, which is funny because if you look at it, there's not really a lot that is different, funnily enough. So really what I was doing here was this is when I was a consultant for my MSP that I worked for, and they had a lot of different moving parts in a scenario, and they were trying to understand like how so like I have a presentation that I'm going to give, and on like the first slide I have a picture of a scope of work that I built with assumptions around like this report will take me 15 hours, assuming that all of your invoices aren't just miscellaneous invoices with random products added to it. Like I actually need to make sure that that's coming from the beginning. And so they were like, "Ooh, shoot, how do I do that?" Right? And so we had a lot of moving parts. An opportunity would get quoted by the sales rep. That sales rep would sell a managed service agreement. They might also couple that in with some hosting and some physical products that need to launch a project. And so we had our project team that needed to go on site when the products arrived, but we needed our dispatcher to schedule them, and we needed our admin team to know when to create that agreement. And there was a lot of like, I think at the time we were using like Google Talk as our Slack. So it was like there's a lot of Google Talk messages back and forth being like, where are we at with this? And it's like, guys, we can make this a lot easier if we kind of step back and be like, so a product is a product within the system. We can have that product follow a journey that, like you add it to an opportunity. The sales engineer says that they've like recommended this. The person purchases it. Now we know that it can be automatically added to the agreements and stuff. And so this is kind of where I spent a lot of time as a consultant talking to other MSPs about make sure that you're thinking outside of the individual swim lanes and thinking about how you can build this all together so that it just goes, right? And then you can focus on driving your operational efficiency and all of your savings from that way, right? I think that it took a lot of time up front to kind of, you have to, as an ops person, I spend a lot of time, and I think we talked about this too, but trying to figure out where's that pain, right? Like, where are you struggling in your job today, and how, and like you kind of, it's like that idea of asking why 5 times, right? Like, well, I don't know how to tell whether my agreements are profitable. Okay, well, why? Well, like they're only having this number, and I have to manually do all these other things. Okay, well, why? Well, it's because the time isn't entered properly over here. And then like we can kind of uncover, well, if we just add this step to the process, now you have that visibility. And now we can start talking about the broader luxury of like, let's turn our SLAs into XLAs, and like, let's start workshopping out what our customers want, right? And because like that's the biggest struggle on the customer experience side that I find with a lot of MSPs and vendors is understanding your customer segments. There's a lot of assumptions around what a standard like is can very easily make a little persona. Like, here's Mike. Mike's owned a business for 5 years. Mike cares about blah blah blah. And it's like, but that doesn't necessarily mean, like, maybe Mike has a person that does this job, and because that person does this job, this common problem across other MSPs like Mike he doesn't really have that, right? And so you need to probe a little bit deeper in a lot of cases there. And one of the ways that I spend time like reminding people how to do that is like through workshopping. I love workshopping, but like, like figure out like what are the various stages of the journey with your company, right? Like maybe you've got your like awareness phase, and that's when people are figuring out who you are. What are they doing at that point? Well, maybe they're talking on communities, asking if anybody's heard of this place before. Maybe they're saying, what other ideas do people have? And then there's like, okay, so now there's like a decision-making stage that they're in. So maybe they're asking for like referrals, maybe they're looking for G2 reviews, anything like that, right? And so we figure once you start to map all those things out, you can say, okay, well, how can we impact? What are the internal and external things that we can do at our company to either to like push that along the way we would expect it to go, right? So if they're on communities, let's be in communities, right? I think I made a comment about Ninja actually when I made that blog post for MSP Geek around like just being present, right? Like you don't even have to be trying to necessarily solve people's problems. Like obviously that helps too, but like just being there, talking to people, having them see your name, like in their name, like in your name, your company in your name, sorry. And like they just then when it comes to that awareness phase or when that decision making phase, your name is in their head, right? So you're impacting that experience without even really having a way to impact it. And so being creative about coming up with ways to do that once you have some of those processes ironed out, and you can start freeing some of your mind to think about some of those more creative ways to add to it.
So, man, so many good points, and I'll pick on one of them. The meeting folks where they are. That was a mantra that you definitely have suggested. And I have a question for Elizabeth and Kelvin. How are you balancing? Okay, so you're moving to an XLA, or you're prioritizing. Okay, we're experience focused. It's all about providing better experiences. At the same time, you have your processes. You don't want people just. What is a good IT experience for a user? Is it they're able to call you on the phone for everything, like, or just drop by the desk if they have an issue? So I guess that's kind of one thing I'm interested in hearing from you. How have you gone? How are you thinking about that and working that balance of, okay, we want to provide good experiences. We want to be able to do it at scale though. And so we have to be able to fit things within the way we know things should work.
Kelvin, do you want to take this first?
Yeah, sure. So I think one of the biggest accelerators of having a good experience is having people that can communicate well. I have guys on my help desk that are super technical. Like I'm talking extremely high levels of technical guys that deep dive into every problem and can solve it in minutes for you. But they can't explain what they've done. They just cannot. They cannot tell you like, I've done this and this action, and your issue was caused by this specific thing that was caused by this other thing, and we've solved it by executing an update, for example. They're not able to talk the customer's language directly. So those guys, we simply don't have customer facing. We simply put them somewhere where they're empowered to do what they need to do, and where they're having as much fun as possible. But then we have the other groups that are more sociable. They're a lot more, especially the younger generation, they're a lot more interested in talking to the other people on the other side than just saying like, hey, I've solved your problem and you have a nice day. I think that that is part of how we've always had a good customer experience, because we've had those people specifically talking to our clients, but also that we always say that the first person you speak to is the last person you'll speak to when you call us. There will be someone in charge of your incident. It will not be a random person that just kicks over his ticket to the next person and then just kicks over his ticket to the next person and that kind of stuff. That doesn't happen at our MSP. What happens is that at the moment you place a call to us, or you come over to our office for fixing an issue with your laptop or whatever, you just give us a call. One guy picks up the phone, and he will also be the last guy to give you a call saying, hey, is your issue really fixed? Just heard from my colleague, he solved this and that. Is everything working for you? Are you doing okay? Is there anything else we can help you with? Which is a question that so many MSPs keep forgetting. Asking that almost salesman question of, is there anything else we can do, will accelerate in 3 things. It will help you sell more things, because people will be like, oh yeah, wait, I actually have this other thing, and my laptop is broken or my mouse is broken. Number 2, it will actually make the person feel heard. It will actually make that person have the feeling like, oh yeah, wait, this guy's here to actually solve my problems. And number 3 is they will no longer start seeing you as that external IT guy. They'll start seeing you as the IT guy itself. We often have clients that don't say like, oh, hey, there's the guy from Line Networks. It's always, hey, there's the guy from our IT department. It's never the external guy. And that is super valuable for user experience.
Absolutely. I mean, we do have Simon here saying, he worked with a large team, and most of them didn't want to have anything to do with the users. And part of that, I mean, too, like, I think you probably have to have an environment that you're giving to technicians to enable that sort of, I feel like I have time that I can actually say, hey, is there anything else, versus like, oh my God, I'm like buried. I just got to get to the next one.
Well, and that's the shift too with looking at metrics. We often laugh about all these soft skills. I mean, Kelvin even said it there at the beginning, right? Like, oh, that's a soft skill thing versus a hard skill, but soft skills are very, very hard. It's psychological manipulation in a lot of ways, but we'll get to that later. But I mean, and to his point, that actually is Heather Johnson, the COO of Gozynta, is actually doing a talk at IT Nation on I hired and fired an MSP, and it follows this conversation. And I won't talk too much about it, but she talks about the field of vision and how the customer just wants things to work. So they see like a beautiful glossy lake. They don't see the way the duck is, the MSP is furiously pedaling its legs under. They don't see everything else that's going on under there. That doesn't matter to them. What matters is what they see at the top of the lake. So when you send them, like a fancy gift basket, thanking them for re-upping their contract that year, that's all they see. They see the tech guy that you just mentioned that they love. And God forbid they fire you and go with another MSP and they say, just take that tech person with them. If you're not communicating that on a regular basis, if you're not giving that value of the entire product, and like Jonathan was saying, giving them time, the MSP that I worked with previously, they actually gave their techs a $500 bonus if they helped change out a flat tire. It was a culture of, you care, like that's what we have to do. It's the people, it's not the KPIs, the metrics that we want to follow.
Well, and Elizabeth, I mean, there's thinking about this from the technician perspective and setting expectations and just making things a little bit smoother. I mean, another thing I wanted to ask you about was, with your work at Tier 2 and help desk buttons, setting up things to where you don't have these extra additional steps that you're required, that you can actually streamline the process by having the tools in place to get you information, so there's not a bunch of back and forth and the user gets frustrated because they're like, oh, I just have a problem. I just want it fixed. Now I have to go back and forth, and I'm busy right now. I have to come back to it, send another email. So like streamlining things that way. I mean, there's definitely technology that you can leverage, right?
Yeah. I mean, I saw all of you guys foaming at the mouth at Ashley's very beautiful spreadsheet, like not spreadsheet, flowchart. You were all like, "Oh, can I have it? Please give it to me." You're like jonesing for it, and I think that's a symbol. Just a symptom of how we're constantly like, I can get this one thing that's going to fix my problem. I can create a process that I can shove my users into, and it'll make sense. And and the point of that, meeting, you mentioned meet people where they are. I think a lot of what we do is we're that intermediary between the humans and the tech. And so, yeah, tier 2 tickets, help desk buttons. That's a really easy way for people to put in a ticket to a ticketing system, and it captures everything that's going on the user's computer, sends that along with the ticket. There's products like Tix that Gozynta makes, as well as ChatStyle, ChatStyle.ai, and those are ways that customers can put in tickets through chat, through texting. And I know a lot of you guys are like, probably like, oh, well, who's going to be working that? Well, you can have it go directly to your ticketing system in the same way. They can communicate in ways that customers are used to. Instead of requiring them to be shoehorned into a process, you are listening to them. You're having those conversations. You're thinking through how you can make that work, because they're not hiring you. You don't walk in and ask them what questions they have. They're expecting you not only to answer their questions, but to ask and answer the questions that they haven't thought of yet. So a lot of really great opportunities and tools out there, but ultimately it really often comes down to a conversation. Instead of just pulling those metrics, it's often meeting someone, looking at them in the eye, getting over it. No one wants to look at anyone in the eye, but we want that connection. And I think that's ultimately what experience is what's that space between us.
Well said, Ashley. So we got about a 8-minute warning here. So if anyone on the chat here wants to ask any questions, now's the time. But Ashley, as we kind of round third here and start heading home with this session, kicking it over to you, maybe we can kind of close out on suggesting some practical action steps that people can take. And I'm thinking about we've seen lots of comments here in the chat. People are nodding their heads with their words. They're saying, of course, yeah. I mean, IT is more a people game than a lot of people think or will say. And I think a lot of us kind of know that and get that and appreciate it. But beyond having that, okay, yeah, of course we should be more friendly or make people feel better and happier and warm and fuzzy. What you've done is really found ways to measure that and operationalize it and show how it maps to improving the business or improving IT operations overall. And so I'm wondering if you have any suggestions for kind of like last thoughts or something you can leave people with that's kind of a good homework assignment, something like that.
Yeah. I'll look for the actual reference I used. I think it was a Miro template, but the workshop for like the journey, I would say is like something that's even just to get your brain flowing, because you kind of have the landscape across the top of, like what are the different stages, awareness, decision making, coming on as a partner, and then like advocacy. But then like down the side, you're like, what are they doing that we see? What are they doing that we don't see? What are we doing that they see? What are we doing that we don't see? And then you can kind of dig into what assets do we need to support them in this stage? What resources do we already have that work well that support them in this stage? Because then you kind of have a landscape for like an experiment to see how that works. And you can iterate on that. You can have something to point back to be like, we thought that this would make a difference, and it has, right? And so I would say that the other piece that I talked to you about yesterday actually was the exercise around the, like, if you're not really sure how to get started functionally within the organization, like how does this team correlate with this team and how could they help each other, is really around the concept of like the pain chain, right? And so there's a lot of examples online about that, but it's like you can kind of like link together, like you can interview. I love to, whenever I come into a company, like interview all the various stakeholders. What are you motivated by? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? Because you can see that people's stuff isn't that different, right? And so you can kind of build a pain chain there to say, well, like this person says that this is their problem, and this is why. And then like you can kind of link that why to another person's job, and you can kind of see like they have a problem, and you can kind of like daisy chain them together like that, and it helps you have some actionability to say, here's some recommendations for how to have that flow smoothly. But I like iteration off of workshops is one of my favorite things, so I would always recommend that. But I will send you the PDF of that new opportunity flow process, as well as the way that I came about designing it, which was the pain chain approach. And then I have also the Miro template for the workshopping, which I love.
That's amazing. So we will make sure that we pass that along to everybody who's in attendance. So everyone who was lighting up saying, "Hey, yeah, can we get that chart?" You're going to. So thank you, Ashley, for that. Kelvin, you started off this session by saying you're moving to the XLA. You're really kind of changing the way you're thinking about what you're measuring, what you're monitoring, and how you're going to work on that and improve things. What's your next step? Do you have any kind of next steps that you're willing
World
to share?
domination? Well, I want to be president of the world, something like that. Or the moon.
Yep.
That could be a cool
That's
one
me.
too.
I'm president of the world.
Step 1, XLA. Step 2, step 3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I just want to go back to one thing that you said a couple of minutes ago, and that is that we have to make our clients feel warm and fuzzy. It's very important for everyone to know that's not what the XLA is about. It's about managing their experience. People are allowed to be angry. You just need to hear them. You just need to make sure they feel heard. It doesn't matter. They might always feel angry. It might just be an angry person that is frustrated about something else entirely. But it's very important to remember that you just have to treat them as humans, not as a ticket, not as a number. And that's what your customer experience is also about, or measuring your experience. It's understanding the humanity of the profession you're in. I always like comparing IT to, I've watched a lot of medical shows. I'm a nerd like that. So a lot of these things, a lot of these IDs that I get are actually directly from the medical field. Stuff like M&A sessions or M&M sessions, mortality and morbidity. It's very dark to talk about, hey, what did we do wrong, really? And deep dive into that. So a lot of this stuff that the XLA is really talking about, what mistakes did we make with this human? What mistakes did we make with making sure that this client feels heard? And it could just be like, my engineer was having a bad day and he picked up the phone rudely, or he said something he shouldn't have, or he didn't understand what the client was going through. So I'm sorry, I'm orating a bit again, but I just want to make sure that it's not. Don't imagine the XLA to be something that is supposed to make all your clients feel warm and fuzzy. It's not. It's unrealistic. It's supposed to help you measure why they're feeling that.
Great point. We just got a couple minutes left. So Elizabeth, take us home, and then I've got a couple things I want to say before we wrap and head to the next session.
Yeah, I mean, I think to Kelvin and Ashley's points, it's not just the comments in the section here. It's not just about the warm and fuzzy. It's about approaching each of these things with curiosity. I think we're all pretty technical people. We're used to taking things apart or building things. And I think that there's a certain amount of curiosity that we afford to technology that we don't afford to humans. And I think if we can have that conversation as a part of these XLAs, as a part of the phone calls that we receive, where we give our employees and ourselves the space to not take things personally, but instead to be able to hold it with curiosity, say, okay, that was an interesting thing that happened, take lessons learned from it and move on. The iterative process that Ashley mentioned, I love a good flow chart, so it's beautiful. But like it's iterative. What Ashley has is going to be very specific to what she does, and you're going to take that and you've got to figure out the special sauce that makes you, because they could go to any number of big box stores and have some sort of thing, but your MSP is yours, and so you get this opportunity to create that and curate that experience.
Exactly, yeah.
Amazing. Well, both of you, I think Ashley and Elizabeth, you both recommended Marnie Stockman's book, which is for the MSPs on the call. It's specifically for you and for customer success. I dropped a link to it. Oh, look at that. Wow. And the other thing that's cool is that Marnie's going to be speaking at session 4. And what's even cooler is I just found out it's her birthday today, and so I thought we could surprise her. So, folks on the call, Marnie's she's CEO at Lifecycle Insights. She's come on a bunch of our events. You've probably seen her around at various other things. She is amazing. I've got another poll. Let's see. Let me find it. Here we go. Okay, I'm opening this. This is something else. I'm going to surprise her. Session 4, we got an hour or two before that happens. How should we say happy birthday to her? Folks on the call, you decide. So there's a poll that you can answer. So I thought I'd drop that in, and we'll follow up on that. The other thing that I wanted to bring up before we go into session 2 is a reminder to, oh wait, let me pull up a better one. Here we go. Okay, a reminder to vote for the Lego prize winners. So this is the best builds. We had a question in the chat. Hey, can I get a link to be able to check those out again? I want to see what the best builds were. I'm going to drop that here for you right now. And you can see it, of course, on the screen. But there you go. That should take you to be able to check out those finalists. And then, of course, you can vote for them. And let's go to the poll really quickly and see where we're at here. Who is in the lead? Right now, this is pretty neck and neck. We got the playable Lego NES system, which I think is totally sweet. But the Mac Tower bench is up there too. And not out of the race quite yet is the wood mechanical keyboard, that sheet metal black pearl. If you haven't yet, please vote. I'm sure the creators, the builders of these projects would really appreciate it. They want to win those Lego prizes. And again, we're going to be giving away Lego prizes to all of you too, or to lucky members of the audience here too. Okay, well, with that, Ashley, Elizabeth, Kelvin, thank you so much. Kelvin and Elizabeth, thank you. You were just at IT Horror Fest. You swooped in here last week. You swooped in here. You saved the day here. You didn't suffer through the one chip challenge with me last week, but you really saved the day and brought some heat today. So thank you so much again.
Anytime.
And with that, I think we're going to get into session 2. So thank you, everybody. Sit tight. We're going to be right back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we're back. Just a little blip there. That was a great way to kick off the day. I hope everyone agrees. Really interesting discussion, and I really was kind of thoughtful of the flow here. Hopefully you'll agree. We're talking about providing good experiences. I brought up the point that, well, in order for us as technicians, as admins, to be able to provide a good experience, it helps if we're having good experiences too. And so that's something that we're going to tackle with this session. And I'm so happy and excited to have these speakers here. Some really great expertise that's coming your way. Starting off with John Davenjay, CEO of Bowman Williams. John is Bowman Williams is a specialist in MSP recruiting. John, thank you so much for taking time. I'm really excited to hear from you. You've got great stats and a great vantage point of what it's like in the hiring marketplace, which is a huge topic right now. Thanks so much for taking time.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And then next we've got Marcus Olson, founder of Pliancy, which is a very large and innovative, great MSP operating nationwide. Marcus, you're based in Austin yourself. I came to you after an interview that you did with Dave Sobel. And that was one that got a lot of comments and feedback. You were speaking your mind about the industry and the challenges that we're facing, specifically the MSP industry, but also extending into IT, general IT as well. You had so many great things to say, and one of the biggest things that jumped out at me was your take on, one of the biggest needs here is this is an industry that's bleeding talent, and that things need to change in order for us to keep it there and make this an exciting industry for people to work in. So excited to have this opportunity to have you on and share some of your thoughts with everyone here. So thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me, Jonathan.
And then last but not least, Gavin Stone. Up until recently, a CTO at an MSP based in the UK. And now, as I believe Ashley put it, you've gone over to the dark side too. Here you are, a product lead at NinjaOne. So excited to have you here. You've been doing amazing things at the company already, guiding some direction with on the product end. But here you are, not just sharing that part of yourself. You're here, not just behind the scenes. You're sharing your expertise with us. Thanks so much for taking the time for doing that too.
Thanks, Jonathan. Look forward to getting into it.
Yeah. Gavin, also one of the people behind MSP Geek, the great Slack forum, and we'll see if anyone from that community is here to heckle you. We'll probably find out very shortly.
I'm sure they will be, Jonathan. They won't let me down.
Excellent. Well, guys, this is a big pressing topic. I like I mentioned before, Ninja. We talk with IT folks all the time. We just had our CAB meetings with both internal IT people as well as MSPs, and this was something that came up a lot in one-on-one discussions. Hiring, retention. It's always hard on the technical front. But the way that things have been with this past year, I mean, I think we've all felt it personally. It's just a big challenge right now. You saw all the things about the Great Resignation and quiet quitting, all these things. John, I'm really excited to have you on because you, from your vantage point, have some numbers behind this, and you actually can say, there are some there's some data behind all this stuff that we're feeling in the headlines that we're seeing. So why don't you talk a little bit about that? What are you guys seeing?
Sure. It's a very good question. I think it's obvious that demand is through the roof right now. But what's the implications of what we're seeing right now really started at the beginning of 2021, when we started to come out from underneath the rocks we were hiding under, and there was this mad dash to start hiring. The cascading effects have compounded, and we've been at that now for like 20 months. And I think it started off because MSPs are trying to replenish the voids they had in their staff at the time. And right now, I think that we're seeing the demand is high. So we're seeing the number of people available on the job market right now is starting to reduce. I think it's slowly declining. I'm curious to see how people are going to view it and what the other speakers have to share today. But yeah, I think, so everyone is aware the level of demand we're seeing right now has basically been in stasis since early 2021. It hasn't changed very much. In fact, October last month was Bowman Williams' best month in company history. We helped more MSPs hire than we ever had any other month this entire year. And what's really interesting is that there's, the potential of a looming recession underway, but MSPs are still jockeying for talent and still trying to hire. So we've been at this fever pitch level for close to 2 years now. And I think the primary force is obviously going to be demand, but it's the implications of that demand running for 20 months or so. So everyone knows, yeah, we've got the Great Resignation, and we currently have what is coined as a candidate-driven market. And what that simply means is that candidates are calling the shots. They're in the driver's seat. If they're in the driver's seat, we're somewhere like locked in the trunk, or at least it feels that way, because starting salaries and job offers is just jacked up. It's so jacked up, and it's increasing faster than the rate of inflation, and that has implications with it. So yeah, the first stat I wanted to share was that 57% of the offers that Bowman Williams has brokered in 2022, the starting salary was higher than what the person was making originally. Back in 2019, it was only 17% of the people that got job offers got more than they were targeting. Right now, it's 57%. That is really, really high. So that means that candidates are hitting the job market. They don't know what they're worth because demand is high. They're getting multiple suitors, and it's driving up the price for anyone that's trying to hire right now. Another cascading effect is the fact that MSPs end up paying people at the top of their budgets, and that is not desirable. You blow your budgets, that means that you have a shorter runway to be able to incrementally give your employees those pay increases that keep people employed. I've seen some MSPs that have admitted an adjustment, and I love this, is that when they extend the job offer now, they will say, this is your starting salary. This is how much you make at 6 months once you hit these thresholds. This is how much you make at 12 months once you hit these thresholds. So people can see themselves increasing, but their starting salary might not be as competitive relative to the rest of the job offers in the market. And this gets compounded when it starts to impact the retention. And there's very little impediments to people finding jobs right now. You can throw a stone out the window and candidates can find a job. And you're competing against that too. So it's really this compounding effect that we're seeing in the market right now, where it's a feedback loop between trying to hire quickly, not stumble and end up overpaying. If you overpay, you end up potentially opening yourself up to a situation where you don't have the runway to keep them employed. And it's just really interesting right now. I think we're all seeing it from different vantage points, but we're all very much in the same storm together.
Well, thank you for sharing those, John. And I've got actually a poll. You mentioned you were curious to hear people's thoughts. So everyone, we've got a poll. Again, some people noticed this right away and started jumping in. If you haven't, please go in. Would definitely love to hear what you're thinking, what you're seeing. So basically, we've got a slight edge here on people saying, well, not the worst challenge, not extreme, but we certainly have more people saying that this is a bigger challenge than we have people saying that it's not. Which is something that I think reflects conversations that I've been having anecdotally too. To your point about things compounding, I mean, one of the conversations I had recently personally was, to your point, it's not just that hiring new employees is expensive or more expensive, those rates are going up. It's that, well, okay, if you do that, is your current staff going to find out about it? What do you do for them? Do you feel obligated to raise everyone's pay? And then where is that coming from? Is that just going to take down your margins even further? And so I feel like a lot of people are feeling a squeeze from it. Another aspect I wanted to ask you about was, and this will go into team you up, Marcus. It's not just, I'm curious, with pointing out that it's maybe not all the time. It's not just a competition between other MSPs, that there's also external people. I mean, we're talking about technical talent. And so you've got tech companies that come into play, in which case a lot of them may be investor backed, be able to offer a very high salary. And so I'm just curious if that's something that you've seen kind of come into play in some of your searches.
I mean, we have recruiters trying to steal our people all day long with offers 10, 20% more than our people make, sign-on bonuses that are absurd. It's never worked. I mean, the biggest challenge is retention. Let's be honest, you're replacing somebody in most cases. Yes, you're growing. Every MSP, if you're alive, you're growing as an MSP right now. I mean, the industry is 10, 15% annual compounding growth rate for the last 10 years, and it's expected to continue. It is an enormous industry. It's like $150 billion right now, expected to be $240 billion. So, there's a lot of growth. But I think where the MSPs are really challenged is it's really retaining. And then you have to look at, well, why is retention so low in this industry? I think as a typical generalist in IT, I think the retention or the churn is about 40% year over year, which is, I think, right up there with retail, which is crazy. And then you look at a typical MSP, I think most of the surveys that all the different big vendors have done shows about 68% retention. We're hitting like 88, I think, on average. But that's not the pay. It's really looking at the whole package, right? One of the things you could be focusing on is, well, what kind of client are you serving? Surprisingly, asking the people that are coming from another MSP, what did you not enjoy about the other MSP? What do you not enjoy about the industry? Will tell you maybe where you could change some of what you're doing. Number one, MSP owners are the worst at firing clients. They're always afraid of where their next buck is coming from or where the next client is coming from. They always assume the last client they got is the last one they're ever going to get. And they operate from this place of fear of letting go of the clients that are toxic, infecting their organization with that toxicity, and driving the people that are passionate about doing this work to another MSP. So you could be you really just have to look at all the different components. Pay is not a motivator. And anyone that thinks that pay is a motivator is delusional until they find out that they make that pay and they're still not happy. So you really, and trust me, we pay well. So I'm not saying, try and give them pool tables and all that baloney. I'm just saying you have to really understand the whole hierarchy of needs when you're working with an employee, and they want a lot of different things. Pay is just one of them. We've had people join our company for less than they were making just because they wanted to be at a company they could grow with more opportunities, that had clients that they enjoyed working with, all these other needs. So it's really, really complex. But I think the biggest focus you should be looking at is retention. Nothing is more wasteful than hiring another individual, because you have to buy them another laptop. You have to spend a bunch of hours, weeks training them, getting them up to speed. This is dollars that is not driving value. This is literally like you're throwing money out the window. It's not improving your organization. It's cyclical. So start thinking about, well, if I'm spending X amount to hire these new people and paying for recruiters, no offense, John, and that sort of thing. Well, how could you redirect that entire amount of money to the people that are already at the organization, not just in pay, but better opportunities, more unique roles, better tooling, better solutions, whatever it might be. That will retain those people. Those people will then learn more about your organization that they're at, which will drive more value, which will become compounding. And I think that's something we learned really early on was ICP is a term we use for ideal client profile, ideal candidate profile. And really, I just posted this on LinkedIn not too long ago. I said the makeups of our business is really simple. Match clients that love what you do with people that love doing it. And as long as you are hyper focused on those two things, you will have high retention. And if you have high retention, you will have compounding growth. And that's really the basis of everything. If you're losing clients and you're losing people, then you need to figure out why, and you need to divert all of your effort to that.
Well, Marcus, thank you so much for that. And I mean, let's get into it. So there's a few more things which just I would love to kind of drill into the way that you've shaped some things at Pliancy very intentionally with this in mind. I mean, one thing that struck me about that interview that you did with Dave, and I'll be sure to drop a link here in a second, so everyone in the chat can check that out too. It's definitely worth listening to. It's a two-parter, actually.
It's the first podcast I ever did. First time anyone ever wanted to speak to me. So pretty raw.
Well, it won't be the last, that's for sure. It's great. And I mean, you had some. It's very clear that you do things differently. And one thing that jumped out at me was it sounded like the way that you've shaped Pliancy. You had your own experience as a technician who was really putting a lot into your own growth, investing a lot in yourself, and you kind of hit a point where you couldn't go anywhere. And it struck me that a lot of things that you've done at Pliancy is to really build a company that the younger you wouldn't have left. And so maybe if you could talk a little bit about the structure. I mean, a couple of things of, what you don't call them technicians, you call your staff something else, and some of the things, the structure there, and some of the things that you're doing differently.
Yeah, we call them pliantologists. No, I'm just kidding. We actually do. That was a term coined by multiple people here as a joke. But no, we call them consultants. In my title, I was just telling John and Gavin before we joined here, my title was consultant up until I think we had 75 employees. And so on the website, I was labeled consultant. My business card said consultant. My email said consultant. And every once in a while, a customer would realize I was the founder or CEO and was completely surprised and caught off guard. But that's because that's the work I love doing. And so one of the things that I learned really early on when I was working at another MSP, my first MSP, was that at times I felt like I was more interested in the client's outcomes and their success than the very company I worked for. At times it felt like I was competing in the sense that some of the things I wanted to do for the client or the way I wanted to service them was directly in competition with how the MSP was trying to build their business model or do things. Right? They didn't like rolling trucks. Well, I felt like rolling trucks is how you built rapport. And if you built trust, then you could get the right technologies deployed faster and get them to have an appetite for Zoom instead of dealing with clunky Tandbergs. Like if you built that rapport and that trust, you could help move those businesses forward faster with technology. But at times it felt like it was breaking the standard. Well, we don't do that or we don't do this. And so I kind of got frustrated because I felt like the more I wanted to deliver to my clients, the more I was pissing off the company I worked for. And so the MSP model was just being born at that time, by the way. This is like 20 years ago, 17 years ago. And I just said, well, I want to be a consultant. I don't want to be a tech. I don't want to be just answering tickets as a faceless individual. And so I left and was kind of forced into starting Pliancy because one of the people I was working with was like, you should start a company that does nothing but this. And this was an early investor in Cisco and Apple. And he's like, I invest in people, not products and problems. I think you'd make a great company with this approach that you've always had with us. And I didn't want to let him down. So I was like, all right, fine. And so, next thing you know, I got 1 or 2 clients, like every MSP. I'm sure many people on the call and everything are like, that's how I started. It was 1 or 2 clients. And but anyway, that was where I kind of started. And then the first thing I started thinking about was like, how do I spend more time with the people I'm supporting, the clients, and less on the technology, which is like the complete opposite of every other, individual that starts an MSP. Is they think, oh, I got a budget to play with new cool tech, all this. Nothing is more dangerous than somebody that's more passionate about the Rubrik Goldberg machine that they're building than they are the outputs. And we know these guys, and gals. We've worked with them. They are literally like want to automate everything. They'll spend 45 hours building a script that they're going to run once or twice. And it's just like those people are so dangerous if they're put in the wrong roles. You need those people, certainly. Throw them at a complex problem, et cetera. But if you have those types of people and you keep hiring those types of people, then you're going to consistently have challenges. So anyway, I started the company and just was hyper-focused on really caring about the success of the clients that I supported beyond just the technology. And then I was patient for like 15 years. We didn't really blow up until about 5 years ago.
So the simple advice is work really hard for a long time.
Well, I mean, first of all, like foundationally, you better like what you're doing. Right. If you're if you bought into the MSP model because you read some book and you thought that this was going to be running like a car wash or a dry cleaner or some sort of system that just printed money, like every private equity firm that's getting into this thing now, then you're not going to make it. This is anyone that's running an MSP right now, and many of them are about my age, and they've been doing it for about 15 years. Like the average, ask anyone that's running an MSP, how long you been doing it? 15 years. How old are you? 40 years old. That's not a coincidence. Right? I mean, if you're still running it 15 years later and at that age, then you had better enjoy it because, it is really, really challenging. And so the ones that are winning and the ones that I think are still have a huge opportunity, keep in mind, this industry is going to double again in the next couple of years, are the ones that feel like they're on a second wind, maybe, right? Maybe they're looking at what's happening right now and they're getting excited again. This is like the renaissance that we went through 15 years ago when we were excited when we started these companies. We're having another renaissance now. It could be SaaS, it could be a multitude of different things, but ultimately there's a new opportunity brewing right now. And for those that are willing to break apart from the business models that we're chained to right now and start thinking about what am I passionate about? What kind of companies do I want to serve? What kind of talent do I want to bring in here? You are going to kill it. So that's kind of my advice is you better love what you're doing. You better be willing to do every role in the company. You need to really think about how you're going to develop your people and how you're going to attract them and how you're going to get them engaged. Because if you do that, you're going to see 20 to 30% growth year over year over the next several years. Any MSP can get 10% growth just by being alive right now. I mean, that's how fast this market is growing. But if you're hitting 20 or 30, you figured something out and you need to dig in and go, well, why? Why am I outpacing others, right? And what is it? Maybe it's the type of clients you're serving. Maybe it's the tooling you're using. Maybe it's the price you're charging. Maybe it's the salary you're paying. Maybe it's all of that. Maybe it's the leadership. But once you figure out what that is, hammer in on it. Just dive deep into it and shed anything that doesn't align to that. And, you will have great success.
Well, it's clear that, you consider talent a big key core component for you. And one thing that struck me when you and I were talking is we were talking about marketing because I'm a marketing guy. And, we see this, like if you go and you follow everyone, if you follow Marcus on LinkedIn, which you should, and check out what he's writing about, it's not
cringe.
The type of stuff.
It's cringe. I'm trying. It's not easy. People tell me go post things, and every time I hit submit, I'm like, I look like a jackass. But it is things that I'm passionate about.
Yeah, well, and what those are, it struck me that it's not really geared as much to prospective clients as much as it is talent. It's really how you're running the business, why it's a good place to work, and so that to me, I think is an aspect that maybe a lot of people don't think about. And John, this is where you folks come in too. People don't think about it's all, and understandably so. All the focus on marketing and sales is getting the next customer, bringing in the clients. Not so much the actual talent acquisition part of it. But it was just interesting to me that you put a big focus on that.
I don't have clients. I have talent. My talent has clients, right? And then when you look at it that way, you start to really understand where you fit in the relationship. The customer doesn't care about you. They don't care if it's Pliancy. They don't care if it's some other company. They care about the consultant. They care about the individual that's supporting them. And that is how every other MSP starts. Some talented person that's delivering great service to their customer leaves, and then they go follow. That's how every professional service firm starts, by the way, right? Whether it's a law firm or whatever, it's usually through that kind of combustive event of talent leaving, and then the clients want to go to find them. So what we do is we look at our talent that works here as our customer. And everything we're doing is we're trying to figure out, how do we develop them? How do we retain them? Why would they want to work here? What's the purpose of that? And then by proxy, the clients go, well, if they have the best ingredients, they must have the best outputs. So you get to kind of solve, for two problems with one stone, which is like, if you can get the talent and you have this brand that's all about talent and developing talent and the best people work here and they're passionate and all that, well, then everyone can infer from that. So that's how we kind of approached it about 5 years ago. I had this epiphany where I realized that we weren't growing anymore. And many MSPs here have been through this, where you have this 3 or 4 year period where everybody seems to be happy. The clients aren't going anywhere. Everything seems to work, but you're just not growing. And that's when you start looking at these MSP sales, BS stuff, right? Where it's like, we'll get you 55 leads and clients and all these things because you think sales is your problem, and it's not. And what I realized was I had this individual that worked at a competing MSP, and they were giving us a client. Well, not giving us, but we were exchanging a client that was leaving them for us. And I treated the consultant over there just like anyone. They could have been working for us. How can I make this offboarding more easy for you? What do you need from me? Let's do this as a team, et cetera. And about 3 months later, he calls me and he goes, hey, are you hiring? Now, he had been at that MSP for 15 years. And he was like, are you hiring? Because I really enjoyed working with you in the way that you respected that situation. We were both so invested in the client. We both just wanted to deliver for the client and make sure that they had a great experience. And I said, no, but I'll hire you. We were like 3 or 4 people. And I was like, I like you. You're awesome. I thought I had a great experience. And so I was like, crap, now I got to find clients for him. Right. I hired him. He was busy within a week, and all of a sudden more clients started showing up. And so it kind of was like this, oh crap, I need to go after talent. If I go after talent and find awesome people, the clients will just naturally find us. And I just threw all my weight into believing that, trusting the process. And it has worked phenomenally. I just hyper focus on talent. That's all I'm doing out there. Go look at my posts. Go look at anything. I don't ever post about top 10 cybersecurity crap. I'm not talking about technical challenges. I'm not trying to sell some ebook to clients about why they should choose an MSP or any of that. If anything, it's all about how do I get the talent here, and then trusting that if I have the talent, the rest will just fall into place.
Well, let's thank you, Marcus, for that, and let's Gavin, you've been sitting very patiently and quietly. I want to make sure that you have a chance to jump in here. Let's talk about the attracting people in. And John, I wanted to circle this back to you too, because maybe a lot of people listening in are like, okay, great, I hire great talent. It's not easy. Like, how do I do this? One thing before we get into that, though, I just want to call out a comment that came in the chat. I saw someone was mentioning they're in internal IT. Oh, it's David. He's been in internal IT for 26 years, wondering if he should jump to an MSP. I don't know if I've seen I don't see that happening a lot. I see it go the other way around. The MSP world was new to me a few years ago when I joined Ninja. I go on the subreddit, and it doesn't take me too long to see everyone complaining that this is grueling work. It's people are getting burned out. People. It's all just about making a buck. Like, people can't wait to go into internal IT, something like that.
Jonathan, football is grueling. Why do people play it for free? Right? You get smashed, you get tackled. I mean, there's a reason. Like that internal IT person talking about going to an MSP, the ingredients at an MSP will develop you faster than anywhere else. You get to work with multiple clients, lots of different technologies. You get to deal with all kinds of different types of challenges on a day-to-day. People get off the Ferris wheel because there's nowhere to go on that Ferris wheel. It just keeps going around and around and around. But if you had the career paths and everything, I think some of the most talented people come out of MSPs. I mean, these people know so much, and they're so good at dealing with that stress and dealing with all the different challenges. It's just, you have to find the right one. But internal IT is where your skills go to to get, frankly, really dull because you're only changing IT systems maybe every 3, 4, 5 years, depending on the size of that company. Whereas if you're at an MSP, you're doing it feels like every other month.
And I really just bring it up to go back to your point that you've made too about, there is a perception, and I think it's been clear, you clearly distinguish yourself as operating differently. Gavin, going over to you, I mean, with you maybe share a little bit about your background and how you were addressing this, because I know this was top of your mind too. How do you get the best people? How do you keep them there? How do you operate differently from what we see a lot of people complaining about?
So it's a journey, and some of what Marcus said before was quite interesting with the 15-year comment. I was 15 years experience when I left my MSP. That does seem to be a standard across other MSPs, but our particular journey, when I started at my MSP, we had 2 engineers. When I left, we had 17, and we'd grown massively in my previous MSP. But one of the biggest challenges there over that 15-year period, and I went through the mill. I was a first, second line, third line support lead, then CTO, and building a culture and a workplace that techs can thrive in is really difficult. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about was what did we do at our previous MSP that I think had the biggest impact to help sort that out, because that ties directly into retention, which also ties into the attraction of people to the job in the first place, which is one of the biggest challenges that we were seeing even across that entire 15-year period, definitely exacerbated by COVID. But even across that entire period, we've always struggled to bring in good people. And one of the first things that we realized was fixing leadership and management in these MSPs is the first thing that you need to do if you want to build a good culture. Doesn't matter how many pool tables you've got or how many snack bars or beers in the fridge. It doesn't matter if the leadership in the MSP and the management are not engaged in the right mentality to help build the business. And it's all about people. Those leaders are people driven. They're not technology driven specifically. They advocate for the team, their teams. They advocate for their own clients. They're the kind of people who are sitting in meetings internally in the MSP advocating for those clients. The type of people who listen with an open mind, no judgment, and they're naturally positive and honest with people, and they're open with staff. They give them autonomy, and they don't retain control just for control's sake. Fixing that first is critical, I think, to building that culture that will give you a workplace that people actually want to go in. And once you've got that in place, you need to set out some of the core things that I think any MSP needs. A company vision is important. Where do you see your company going in 3 to 5 years? And making sure that aligns with everything you are doing across the entire business, the work that's being performed, the scripts that people are writing, the talent that you're hiring or trying to attract, should all revolve around that vision and principles that you put forward. One of the challenges that we had in the initial stages when we were setting this up is our staff would do things that weren't necessarily conductive to how we wanted to run an MSP. So to give an example of what some of my old MSP's company principles were: have integrity and do the right thing. Be honest, speak and act the truth both with clients internally and in life. Be respectful, and that doesn't mean the normal respectful to your managers. It's respectful to everyone. Be caring, be courteous, be kind. Take responsibility for what you've been given and your own actions. Be excellent. Aim to master. Be innovative. That was a huge thing that we struggled with over that period. Finding people who were truly innovative and actually wanted to improve and be empathetic. Once we started down this journey, the first problem that we hit, and I'm happy to admit that in our service desk, we had a problem with negativity. And this gets talked about a lot in MSP circles, and it's really hard to to balance, but setting a positive atmosphere in the business is really important to facilitating growth. What we found is that some of our older engineers, the more experienced ones who'd come a little bit hardened over that period, were saying things like, "Oh, I hate dealing with XYZ client. Why don't they just sort it out themselves?" Or, "Wow, how could they not know that's not how they did that?" And what we were finding is, as new people were coming into the business, they were inheriting those attitudes from those more experienced engineers, and ultimately they had to go, because we wanted to foster a positive environment that people could work in. And to do that, the people who were working in that environment have to be positive. And from there, you start to get, if you can build a positive environment up for people to work in, you've got your principles and your direction, and your management and leaders are supportive and driving in the right direction, and it's about the people. That's when you can start to look at some of the things that help additionally retain people. Things like making sure that you're promoting from within. You touched earlier, I think it was you, Jonathan, on what happens if there's salary differentials when you've done a review of salary. One of the things that we did just before I left is, and I'd invite everybody to do this, if you're leading or hiring in an MSP, go out and have a look in the market at what people are actually being paid. We did 30 or 40 of each of the type of roles that we had in the business, and we made sure that we were paying the top, above what the top one was paying. And that was a really one-off big expense for the company, because they had to align those salaries with, some people got like 10, 15,000 increases because we'd fallen behind, and we were just assuming that where we had our salary ranges was right. But as John touched on earlier, these have grown so quickly, even above inflation, that we were behind, even though we were reviewing it quite often. I would say there's so many things that we did, but to draw down on something that had what I think the biggest impact was our building of a career development plan. Once we'd aligned those salaries and we were public with them, so we told everyone in the MSP what they are, they were on a single sheet of A4 paper in the roles that we did. On that career development plan for people, there's two sides to it. There's a main one that shows everyone's salary, what experience you need to get up to these levels, and what you need to do to progress through the levels, and what qualifications you need. So we were finding, even when we were, that helps retain people, because they could see, okay, in 2 years, all I need to do is I need to do that, and then I can be on this salary. But we also ended up using that when we were interviewing people. We'd have this on the table when people were coming in saying, this is what you can work towards. And that helped. That was the biggest thing that we did to help bring in new people. They loved that, and being able to see where they could progress through, and just be nice to your staff. I mean, it might sound obvious, but making sure that they're not getting overburdened. It's such a thing in MSP that the burnout is real, and I think it's something that the managers and the leaders have to take into account. Make sure they're taking leave, at least in the UK. People, we were doing 25 to 30 days paid leave for some of our staff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you nailed it, Gavin, in the sense that it's really like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And so when you're looking at like career development or individual's experience, first of all, psychologically safe, trust. You don't nail that, doesn't matter if you got purpose, doesn't matter if you got career paths. Everything you say, the employees will think it's baloney, or you're full of it, or you're manipulating them. So you really set that psychologically safe trust level. Then you build autonomy on top of that, which is like you have processes, but they get to implement them sometimes in their own unique ways, or they get to have some autonomy in their role. Then you set up on top of that ownership, which is they own the outcomes, good and bad. People love ownership, right? And they feel safe. If you have that psychologically safe trust level, then that's okay. They know that they're not going to get terminated because they failed or made a mistake, right? And then you've got goals on top of that, which is, okay, what am I working towards? Like the levels you're talking about. And then on top of that, you got career paths where, okay, I'm hitting these goals. What does that mean tomorrow? What does that mean a couple of years from now? And then on top of all of that, you've got purpose, which is great. Because I always joke around this, and I say, at some point in time, I'm sure Michael Jordan said, why am I playing basketball, right? And that's really, you're only invited to those types of questions once you've like hit all those other levels. And you're like, I'm killing it. I'm doing amazing. And then you see some people that do that and they're not happy anymore or whatever, because they don't know why they did it. And so that's where that bigger purpose comes in, which is, well, what is your MSP trying to do? And why is it trying to do it? And it could be unique to you. It doesn't have to be some world-changing thing, but that's how those individuals' goals and career paths are aligning to something bigger than them. And if you nail all of that, it's like gasoline on a fire for your organization.
Man, we've it's been really interesting. I mean, this kind of goes in a circle in a way. I mean, we've focused a lot on retention, and then I love how both of you are pointing out, if you are really focused on retention and doing that well, it's going to make you a more attractive business to go work for too. Gavin, when you were talking about having the career paths and having the clear salary expectations, John, that went back to something that you were saying at the beginning, where you guys have actually found that there are some candidates who have taken lower salary because they can see the clear path there. But going back to that, and I guess maybe we have about 5 minutes left, a little bit less. Actually, this has flown by, but maybe leaving people with some actionable things. And John, going back to you in more of the attracting talent stage, any more specifics? I mean, salary, having that listed and having the clear expectation there jumps out to me. And that's something I know a lot of people feel iffy about. Some states require it, a lot don't. And so a lot of people don't mention it, but I'm curious if there's that. I know another topic that's come up with you is remote work flexibility and everything. Are there anything else, things like that, specifics that you can suggest that you've seen be more attractive for candidates?
I think that both Marcus and Gavin, I mean, those were, excuse me, fantastic. I love your guys' perspective on it. And I think it takes an intimate approach to be able to execute and be able to check all those boxes, meaning like it takes substantive regular reviews, and it takes, getting close to the people that you just hired. And it's kind of like, once they first start, there should be a check-in almost every single day at the end of the day. And then it slowly backs up until, doing it on a week basis. And that's how we get in bed with these employees. And that's how we figure out what their hot buttons are, what their wants and desires are. Couple that with, having the career track, that transparency, the pricing. It's all super important to retention, because I'm a staffing firm. I've interviewed over, my company's interviewed over 20,000 MSP professionals, and we have a template interview approach. And the key question is always, the motivation for why someone's leaving the RFL. Every year I've been in business, the answer has been the same, and it's been career growth. And we hate getting that answer because we're like, well, okay, that's not really an answer. That's like a thing. Can you elaborate? Like, why do you feel, have you been skipped over? When was your last review? And what's the career track? And the resounding answer we always get is, well, I haven't had a review in the last 12 months and there isn't a defined career track. So that can play back to both retention and recruiting during the interview process. Get the answers to the test, to bring it back to what Jonathan's question was, to add actionable items to execute these things well. Taking the test is when you extend the offer will be accepted. And if they accept it, will that person stick around with you? So if you're uncovering their motivations up front and understand what's going to keep them tethered to your company, that's the time to gather that information. And then future-proof hiring. This is what I call it. When we help one of our clients hire, we always start with building a matrix. Like, this is the bullseye you want at this price point. But let's talk about the different profiles that might be able to also be qualified. So my favorite example is an MSP wants to hire a TAM, technical alignment manager, or a technical account manager. They can go pay tangible experience, apples to apples, someone that has that job title, working in that direct capacity. They're more of a, less risk, less surprises. We're going to pay market rate. We're seeing a lot of MSPs are actually saying, you know what, I'm going to hire tier 2 for $15K less, but, I still want a high caliber person. But the skill level and the price point will be right below my target. I'm going to accept the accountability for training them. And I'm going to accept the responsibility for making sure they're hitting their benchmarks and ramping up. And in some ways, they've had to brush off their training program, take it off the shelf, brush it off, revamp it. But that is a winning tactic we're seeing MSPs deploying to avoid paying those inflated price points, which I think will end up opening up some MSPs to higher turnover in the years to come. But that's future-proof hiring. That's what we're seeing some MSPs doing to thwart these forces out there.
Thank you for that, John. And just about a minute left. I want to make sure that Marcus and Gavin, you have time for one final thought. But before I do that, one link to share. Gavin, you mentioned your piece of advice. Go out and track the salaries. Make sure, how does what you're offering compare? Well, it just so happens Bowman Williams has a salary guide. I'm going to drop a link in here. They're updating it. So John and his team put together a salary guide that they released a couple years ago, based on 6,000 interviews. I mean, a ton of interviews, real data, super interesting, broken down by tier. You can download that now, but the exciting news is they're updating it. So here's a link where you can actually go on and reserve an updated copy. And we're actually going to be, there we go. We're going to be helping a little bit with that production of that and having an event in the new year. So this is something to look, keep an eye to that will help everybody get a kind of better sense of where you're at. So thanks for letting me share that. Okay, guys. Marcus.
Well, hang on real quick,
yeah.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people in this chat that are saying, I can't pay that.
Right.
And they're not wrong, right?
Totally.
So there are people that work at McDonald's, and there is the sous chef at the French Laundry in Napa Valley. You could both say these are restaurants that serve food. I think first you need to identify, where do you want to position yourself in the market as an MSP? There is a market for everything. So identify which market you want to be in and figure out, how do you make sure you're doing the things that align to those needs? And then you can say, am I paying the most competitively for those that are looking for that type of role? So if you're on the lower end of pricing, then it's an entry-level job for somebody. So how do you make it more attractive? How are you paying slightly more than others that are offering that same entry level? So really just don't go out and try and pay the most, because you might not have an offering that supports that. Figure out, where are you positioned? Are we killing it in that positioning? Are we paying top of market for people looking for that? Because we compete with really cheap firms in our areas in Boston and San Francisco. None of those people ever come to work for us. It's incredibly rare, and yet we pay twice as much. They're not looking to work at Pliancy. They're looking to work at that more early place where they can get their feet wet and learn. So just figure out where you're positioned, how you're attracting the best people looking for that.
Thank you. Great point to make, Marcus. Thank you for that. Okay, Gavin, we're over time, but take us home. Any final thoughts, suggestions for folks?
People first, technology second is my entire philosophy. Technology is important. People are more important. Treat the people with importance, and everything else will just trickle down. I have some rapid fire things that I'll paste into the chat as a list of things that I think people can do now that will help you either retain or attract talent. I'll pop them in the chat.
Thank you for that. That's fantastic. All right, everybody. Well, John, Marcus, Gavin, thank you guys so much for your time here. This was a great discussion. I'm going to make sure that we follow up with links for everybody to keep the conversation going and follow you guys, because obviously this is just a blip, and this is something that you guys live and breathe and talk about and share with folks all the time. So thank you so much for doing that here today. And we'll hopefully be doing this again sometime soon in the future.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Jonathan.
All right. Thanks, guys. And everyone in the audience, sit tight. We'll be starting the next session in just a second.
Yo.
All right, and we're back. We're just rolling right into it. So we were just talking about hiring, retention, creating a good environment for technicians. Well, one of the ways you do that, right, is by making things better, giving them opportunities to make their own work easier, better, more rewarding, and automating some of the tasks that are routine, that are mundane, so they can work on the cool stuff, right? Automation, that's what the session's all about. That's a huge topic for everybody, of course. And a lot of times when we talk about automation, we get to, it's quick to everybody sharing scripts, right? Which is cool. We love to do it. We know you guys like it too. If you have some cool scripts you want to share and links to in the chat, feel free to. Everybody loves to share what they're working on, which is really cool. We're all builders, right? That's the theme of the day. But one thing I'm really excited about this session is we've got folks here who are doing this day in and day out. And we get to see not just, the scripts and hear specific things that they're automating, but we get to get the insight of their mindsets. What's their approach behind this, which I think is super important. I don't see people talking about quite as much. So, guys, thank you so much for taking the time. Really excited to have you here. We'll go around the horn here. We'll start with you, Sandra. So you're a manager of IT automation engineering at Seismic. Why don't you tell a little bit about your role? Because for a lot of folks here listening in, they may be curious to hear what is a manager of IT automation look like? How's that fit in an org? Things like that.
Hey, Jonathan. Very happy to be here. Yeah, it's a newly formed department within IT, and me and my team all come from sysadmin world, so we've done the PowerShell thing. We've tried to do what we can to help with, simple scripts here and there. But the role of my team is just to make sure that not only in IT, but the rest of the company, if there's anything that you're doing day in, day out, kind of mundane tasks, we're just going to go ahead and try to pick that up and see if we can make it automatic for you as much as possible. And that can vary from like you have to do a click to no clicks, or sometimes it's still just gonna be like, well, all the best I can do is send you an email to remind you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming on here. And oh, look at this guy. You know this guy, right? Stephen Foley, senior IT automation engineer, also at Seismic. Thanks for being here, Stephen. How about you? How do you fit in with the team there?
Hey, Jonathan, happy to be here. Yeah, I'm a part of Sandra's team. He's my manager. Some of the things we do on the weekly basis is meet with the business, look at our tech stack and see how we can give other departments time back in their day, whether that's through SSO, skim provisioning, just understanding what they need that's going to make their employee productive day one. If we can take all those tasks and make sure they're happening in an automated fashion, we're enabling our sellers to sell, our finance team to work faster and harder and smarter. We're giving our team some time back, so growing ourselves.
Very nice. Awesome. And hey, I know this guy, Stephen Murphy. For those of you who don't know, he's been Ninja for maybe 8 months or so now, creeping up on a year. It'll be here sooner than you think. Previously at an MSP, Vital Services based in the UK. Now here at Ninja as a senior technical advisor, all over the chats and the forums. Stephen, why don't you explain a little bit about your checkered past and and what you're doing now?
Yeah, so from the last conversation, that 15 years in the MSP world is it must be a famous tipping point at this kind of juncture. But yeah, I spent about 15 years, started out, password resets, hadn't been in the world of IT, and then eventually ended up in the CTO position. And ultimately, my kind of drive and division there was to kind of push into root cause analysis, making sure things were automated, that a standard was rolled out, and ultimately kind of eliminating that human element of the system, because ultimately humans make mistakes. We follow a checklist, we miss a step, we might not provision something in the same way, and then when you go back 3-4 months later, it's not at standard. What you expect to be there isn't in that state, and it becomes a problem over time. That drift really can impact you in multiple ways these days. So please, go on the recruitment side. Don't meet people in the community and joke, could we work together? Because Jonathan just might offer you a job. So I've been with NinjaOne for about 9 months now, across all departments. Order of chaos.
Well, and we are very happy to have you here, as we are happy to have the other two gentlemen here on the call. Greg, we'll start with you. Greg Smith, product manager now here at NinjaOne, but also previously living that MSP life. Tell us, give us a little context, sir.
Yeah, up until like 5 minutes ago, I was living the MSP dream. So I was a NOC administrator or central service administrator, however you want to call that. I was just in charge of all the automation at our MSP. And so, last year our MSP was actually Channel Futures 2021 MSP of the Year. And so, we built that team. When I started a little over a decade ago, we were managing just a few hundred devices. By the time I left, we were, pushing that 5,000 device mark. So yeah, and my process to automation was always just getting on the front lines and just figuring out, what are the current pain points that they're doing, and then my method was always, the good, better, best to handling it. Of course, the best thing that you can do is look past the symptoms and find the root cause and see if you can squash that, and take care of that. That way, the problem never shows up again. And if you can't do that, the next best thing is to at least take out any of those symptoms every time they rear their ugly head. Some automated whack-a-mole. And is that the most ideal situation? No, but is it better than dealing with that manually and assigning tickets? Yeah, it's a lot better. And then, of course, the bottom tier, if you can't, take care of the symptoms, if you can't take care of the root cause, then at least being able to proactively alert when something like that is happening. That way, there's that added benefit of when you reach out to your customers, your client base, and tell them about a problem that they're about to experience, that speaks volumes. So even if you can just alert, being able to hop on the phone and say, hey, it looks like you're dealing with this, and we're going to get it fixed before they even know that the problem happened. I mean, that just speaks volumes. Anyway, alerting and then squashing symptoms, and then the best would be taking care of that symptoms. That's been our mantra the entire time that I've worked at Stronghold.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that right off the bat. And definitely want to circle back to you to give you an opportunity to share a little bit about your own kind of career growth, because I think it's really interesting to this discussion. So definitely looking forward to that. But first, last not least, Dan Myers, also a product manager here at NinjaOne, also from an MSP. And Dan, I mean, one of the things that I'm totally excited to have all of you guys on here is giving people insight into, okay, we're all doing automation, right? But what does it look like when there's an actual function devoted to it? And what are the things being put in place to make sure that function can really operate successfully? So with that in mind, maybe share a little context about where you're coming from and what you're doing.
Sure. So thanks, Jonathan. Come from the MSP world, 10 years experience, and managing the centralized services team, and for about 6,500 agents that we supported. And so that ran from the gamut of the RMM admin backups, which I'm now the product manager of here at Ninja. But towards the end, helping run an automation team. And I think there's a ton of things that we can automate, and most of the people that are excited to automate don't need to be convinced that automation could be a huge boon and benefit to your organization. I think one of the things that we initially recognized, we learned some failures from past attempts in the organization, but one of the things that we really recognized is it is about adoption of the people that will use your automations. And it is about even catering to those people and making sure that they have what they need, that you're building something that they're going to use and it is important to them. So many times I've got 10 automations that I'm so excited to make and build, but they probably impact, the top 5%. They don't have the largest scale of helping the most problems. And so that was some of the things that we did in the very initial, was make sure that we sought feedback, we sought involvement, we gamified the idea of our service desk submitting ideas for automation. And then we really engaged with them on a recurring and regular basis, giving them little improvements and really seeking the impact. If you can get your team on board with automation, and that goes for people above you and below you, so to speak, on the corporate ladder, one day you're just going to be kind of given free rein because you truly are understanding what the organization needs in an automation, and you've proven it by what you've delivered back to them.
Thank you so much, Dan. I launched a poll, everybody, and this is asking the question, do you have staff dedicated to automation strictly? I mean, we've got 2 guys on a team that this is their job. Greg, that wasn't your job at first, but it certainly became that. Dan, you were creating a team devoted to this. Obviously, there's a lot of things that have to go into that, right? You have to be at a certain size. The resources have to be there, obviously. But Sandra and Stephen, kicking it back over to you, I'm curious, with this being your specific focus, how are you finding those opportunities? I mean, we mentioned Dan and Greg and Stephen all mentioned good points here about wanting to maintain that connection to the service desk and to the front lines. But maybe talk a little bit about how you're identifying automation opportunities and what good automation versus bad automation looks like for you.
I think it's really easy to make bad automation. So I think we could talk all day about just like all the bad things you could do. But generally, like if you don't get all the right requirements from people, like you're going to make a bad product. If it's not scalable, if you just like make something that's just going to do that one thing and never change it ever, like you're not making something that will be used in the future. And then just like not communicating it with the people you're building it for. If people don't know that it's out there, it's not documented, they're just not going to use it. So yeah, if you're going to build good automation, it's got to be flexible, it's got to be scalable, it's got to be future proof as much as possible. Obviously things change, but like don't hard code things, make variables if possible, and really try to make sure it's for the user. And that just comes from talking to the customer, you know, whoever it may be. For us, it's internal people in our IT team, but like we try to meet with business units and just make sure that we understand what their hardships are. Stephen alluded to it, Stephen Foley, sorry. And he, you know, he's right. We just meet with them and we try to get as many things that they need done. Now, of course, that makes a bit of a difficult conversation when we have to work on one thing, but not another person's thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and actually, sorry, Stephen, I'll just jump in real quickly. Sorry, butting in. To that point, I mean, do you have basically like your own, almost your own request system that's coming in like from all angles, or what's it look like?
Yeah, so that's a great point and good question. Our team has grown drastically. That's how come we have an automation team now, right? We have about 20 people and we support around 1,500 people internally. Each one of them is our customer. And what we did is we started to get overwhelmed when we started talking about automation and where data starts and where it flows and what we're going to do for the devices, what we're going to do for the people. So what we took a step back and looked at was our team. And we said, okay, we have sysadmins, automation, help desk, director. We need to all come together as a unit and be a team and have a plan. But then we're going to have smaller meetings with just our team, the automation team. And we're going to have one person from help desk sit in once a month for the full month, one person from the sysadmin. So now we get the full spectrum of the world and what's happening in their day to day. So we can say, hey, is that an issue? Okay, yeah, I think we have a solution for that. Or we can like collaborate better, faster, and more effectively, because in today's current world, a lot of us are remote. A lot of us aren't in an office. So the whole days of passing by a desk and being able to talk just on a whim are kind of behind us. You'll get them here and there. I'm in the office today. And what we did also is we created a request form. We have like a survey request form where people can track that issue that they're having, open up like a ticket for our team, and then we'll prioritize that and make that happen. But we're really trying to drive value in the business and get people to start looking at IT as that integral part of you can do this for us and give us all this time back.
That's amazing. And Dan, maybe I'll kick it back over to you really quickly because this ties in. You mentioned the term gamify, and so I'm interested. Maybe you can talk a little bit about like your experience starting to institute that kind of an initiative.
Yeah, and I think it's important to recognize, you know, like the ability to create a little mini game in our organization around this. You know, I wanted to do that for a long time. And I finally got some good buy-in. And that's when it's like, okay, it's time to shine. So, you know, these things don't just happen overnight. You have to kind of walk them forward. You have to keep pushing, campaigning, and then come up with a plan that's going to get people engaged. So initially, like our, you know, we originally wanted to do what Stephen talked about, have a form fill, have a this, have a that. And we just recognized in the beginning, nobody's going to do that. So for starters, we just created like a Teams channel, or we said, you know what, just message us no matter what. Just we made it absolutely dead simple for someone to come to us and say, I have an idea. I don't want to deal with it. Bye. Thanks. And then if we chose their idea, we had a goal of, you know, I think it was 3 ideas saving, you know, 60 hours a month complete total. If we chose their idea as a group, we offered them the opportunity to come in and be a part of this process and say, hey, congratulations, your idea was chosen. Here's $100. Thank you. Like, where do you see this being the most impactful for you? Like, why is this important to you? At the same time, we were careful, like, because if we made it like a burden to them, sometimes some people would retract from that. So we had to be careful to say, you know, like, hey, how involved do you want to be on this? You want to be involved? Come to every meeting we have on this one for the next month. So really involving them in was important. And then as we built our process, you know, talking about creating modulars and scalability, we tried to implement items that would track every aspect of any automation we created. How many times does it run? When does it fail? Let us know immediately. The number one thing that we found that was bad for automation is if it didn't work and they had to come tell us. It means they're not going to do it. And when we say, hey, why aren't you using our script? You say, it doesn't work. Well, what's not working? I don't know. You built the thing. So being able to truly track all of that, track how much time it's saving, you know, and yeah, we had to keep reinforcing. Have you used the new computer cleanup script? That's the big first one that we did. And then all of a sudden, one day, we didn't have to say it anymore. We provided them the tools that they needed. We sought their feedback on a regular basis. We delivered incremental updates. And then we drove forward adoption. We had to cram it down their throats for a while, but then eventually people recognized, wait a minute, automation isn't trying to actually take me out of a job. It's taking the monotony and the hard stuff off each end of my workload and allowing me more time to do the things that I'm actually interested in. So that's a long way to kind of go about that. But we did understand that starting small, getting people involved in a simple and quick manner without it being a burden to them was a real key driver to making this a successful endeavor.
Thank you so much, Dan. I mean, it's awesome to hear just the thinking behind that and a lot of good suggestions there. I definitely want to hit on for a lot of the folks on the call here who, you know, when you look at the results of that poll, most people do not have their own team dedicated to this. And so I definitely want to, before we wrap here, circle back to that and hit on what are some initial steps people can take as they're working their other job, right? So maybe that's something to think about. But while we're doing that, Greg, I want to give you a chance to talk a little bit about your experience and your trajectory, because you started off not in that, just as a on the support, the service desk side, and then you kind of worked your way up, and then that really informed how you thought about automation when that was your specific role.
Yeah. So I started on help desk. You know, I was on the front lines. I was answering the questions, and so when I got to move into a more automation-based role, I had my own backlog of things. I knew what the pain points were, but the longer that I worked on that, and the further removed I was from those front lines, we started developing that separation. So I had to change my process and go back to the front lines. And that's something that I recommend to anybody. If you have your own automation team, don't ever lose sight of what the pain is. Don't ever lose sight of what the frontline guys that are going to war every day for you are doing. And so I would, at least once a month, I would go answer phone calls, be on the front line. I would interact with those guys, in a one-to-one ratio. But even like in our ticketing, we had a checkbox that said automation can help with this. And I would get a report every week to see the pain points, of what our team was going through. And then not ever introducing a separation. So that means when I would get those reports, I didn't just create that automation. I would go back to those guys that actually checked the box and say, all right, give me more context here. You know, what's going on? What are the real problems here? And instead of building that for them, I built it with them. And so I had the benefit of never running out of things to do. My backlog never, disappeared because they were always feeding me new problems, new information that they were dealing with. But at the same time, I was able to work with them and help shift their mind away from, I've got these tickets to do all day, every day, and shift that more towards, okay, how can I provide some automation? How can I help with this? Because they're not going to know the answers. Your average help desk guy isn't going to be an automation guru, but they are going to know the problems that they're facing. They are going to know the struggles that are happening within that MSP, and they're going to know that better than the automation guy who is, stuck in scripts all day long. So being able to just merge those two roles together and use and feed off each other, I'm going to build you up and help you think through those automation terms, and then you're going to help me figure out the most efficient way forward, because I don't want to build scripts that no one uses. I don't want to build automation that isn't really helping move the company forward. And so if we can work together, that was a recipe that we used at Stronghold that really started blowing up our business process. We were able to stay lean. We didn't have to hire 400 people to work on our help desk. We were able to keep that lean and keep that automation just churning. And so that's what we did.
Nice. Thank you so much, Greg. Okay, so guys, we've got about 20 minutes left. Want to make sure that we have a chance to cover a little bit with the Seismic guys. You can talk about maybe the user onboarding, some things that you've done with that to provide kind of a specific example here. Before we do that, we had a really good question. And I'm already blanking on who asked it, but it was a great question. It was, how do you suggest measuring the time saved by automations? Steven, you've been getting a lot of heckling here in the chat. I should give you a chance to respond to show that you are, in fact, here with us live. Any answers there? If not, that's okay. Don't mean to put you on the spot.
Kelvin has absolutely destroyed my train of thought. Thank you, Kelvin. I'm officially admitting it on recording for posterity and whatever.
We got you. Oh, man.
Sorry. Could you say the question again, please, Jonathan?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to kick it over to Dan too while you're thinking about it. But I also I want to come back to you for another question. But the question that we got from the audience is, how do you we're talking about a great way to get buy-in from everything is to indicate how much time things is being saved. How do you do it? Is there a systematic way that you can actually do that? Dan, how did you guys work it?
The mechanism, first of all, it's about choosing the right idea. So we first identified hey, don't choose the high effort for the high reward. Look for low to mid effort for mid to high reward. Now, for time saved, we were able to use some really fancy PowerShell that would integrate with Excel online. So basically, in our RMM platform, we would run a PowerShell step that said, go insert a row that I ran. Go insert a row that said, this is how much time I saved. Hopefully you can track what scripts are running where. But that's it's a more advanced mechanism. But even if you're just tracking who is running the script and when they are, that's going to start helping you say, how much time are we actually saving from this? You'll have to come up with a conservative estimate, right? No point in saying yeah, that saved me 60 minutes. Did it really? It probably saved you 10, 15. Let's be reasonable here. But that's somewhere where you can start.
Thanks for that. Sandra and Steven, how about you guys? Are you guys tracking that at all or trying to measure it?
We try to. Some parts are easier to track than others. Like you mentioned, our onboarding process was the biggest thing that we've been working on in our first project as a team. First thing we try to tackle is the IT side of it, building the computer, setting up the account. And that was pretty easy to kind of track for us because, we're right there with the people. We've done it ourselves, so we know approximately how much time it takes. And then you basically remove it completely from the equation, and it's okay, that's how much time we saved. And thanks to our automation, I believe we saved an entire salary for a help desk employee. So that was pretty big for us. We're going to keep working on that even more. And then we went over to automate the HR side of it as much as possible. And we're still working on that bit. But so that means that's saving them people and, they don't have to do those monotonous tasks.
Right. So we're building that computer in an automatic way. And then using the patching functionality inside Ninja 2, we're keeping our environment less vulnerable and reducing risk and saving our help desk people that then have to go out there and patch a computer manually used to, time in their day, and we're making sure that we're in compliance with security, and they're happy with us because they're your best partner when they're happy.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Okay, Steven, I'm going back to you. And I think it's only fair, since Kelvin has done his best to try to derail you, that we toss you Kelvin's question. So I'm just going into Q&A, and I apologize, Matthew, I see your question now that you asked about the previous session. I'm going to get a response for you there. Kelly, I also see your question, and I'm listening to you, and you asked, you shall receive. I launched a poll that you can go to, and Kelly's interested in knowing the split between how many folks are internal IT, how many are MSPs, and so I've launched a poll there that you can respond to, and Kelly, you can check that out. Okay, so Kelvin's question, Steven, is: has any of the panel got involved into automation client processes instead of IT processes? And Kelvin, feel free to heckle Steven some more or elaborate in the chat. But Steven, I mean, was this something that you guys approached, or was your automation efforts purely focused kind of on your own processes?
Bit of both. So I kind of straddled both worlds. I was at the MSP, but I also operated as a CTO for a 1,500 seat call center for 9 months in one stint with 24/7 on call. I would not advise that to anyone. But when I started that position as effectively an in-house CTO, they had 100 staff. We scaled 1,400 staff in 2 months. And nothing but automation fixed that. So that was a combination of Intune, being able to fully deploy and build a machine. Much like everyone else has said, that build process is time consuming. If you're spending an hour or 2 hours a laptop, hell, you're never going to do that with a team. You're never going to get 1,400 laptops out at all locations across the UK. Well, we were literally shipping these out from distributors and having people sign in anywhere. As long as they were geolocated in the UK, they could be employed. So have a laptop, have a Surface Pro, whatever eligible bit of kit we could get you in the middle of COVID. So getting that build process perfected and automating it, getting those business line of business apps out to those devices, up to date, etc. That is a key process. Being able to update them as your contractual requirements happen or your security team's kind of highlighting things, it's also a foundational element that saves you so much time. If I can go and deploy a script or I can go and use Intune to update that in bulk, I'm just going to sit there and save myself so much time by doing that. I don't want to go and check is this device on at 3 o'clock in the morning when the 24/7 call center is operating? No. Right, Ninja's going to run once immediate script, that PowerShell's going to update it, and I just make sure the versions are updating. Who's out of the baseline that we're expecting? Is this version 7? Nope, they're on version 6. Right, they're now on the hit list. It's the only scalable way you can kind of grow a business is having that understanding of your environment, what standardization you need to get to, where you're going to be using certain apps in certain departments. Is there any particular restrictions like PCI compliance they've got to meet? So, you're locking screensavers or doing anything like that. How are you going to roll that out in bulk? And picking the right tools is a key part of the process. But ultimately, you're going to have to get out there, speak to humans. What do you use in your department? It's a horrible process to go out there and pretend you know nothing about them and just play the idiot because you don't know what you don't know, and they might be hiding things. They've got 400 laptops they suddenly bring out of a cupboard and randomly use at random points of the year. But yeah, it's kind of a half rant, but in terms of that understanding, then build on that understanding. You can ultimately make any technical solution you want. And I can see that being quite brutal in the chat again. Thanks, guys.
I don't think they're being brutal. I think the consensus is they want you to keep talking. I think they just like the content. I like the content. I like what you're saying.
So
no, thank
I
you.
actually have a confession to make here. Kelvin is asking how we are, how we've helped our clients with automation. And in reality, I was about to bring up how we abuse our client resources because the second best thing to automation is making someone else do it. And so we would throw things back at the client and say, for onboarding, let's give you a form, you fill it all out. And then once they got that filled out, it was sent over not to a technician, but to an administrator that would look through that and make sure there weren't any mistakes. And then that was sent over to Azure to create the profile, to set up the proper licensing and get them all set up. So we had a lot of automation and process that, but the manual parts we put on the client and made them fill out their own information, made them do a lot of the work, because it's busy work, and we wanted to free up our technicians to do more higher level work and to limit that busy work. So yes, automation can absolutely take care of a lot of busy work, but there are still some manual processes that have to happen. And let's utilize your clients to take care of that. They're going to know who their new employee is better than you. They're going to want to know what email account to set them up with, what profile they need, what department they're working in. We don't need to be involved in that. So that was my response to that. Let's keep abusing them in a healthy way, just so that we can free up more time to help them in more efficient ways.
Wow, amazing! I love it. Sandra and Steven, obviously you're on the call here with 3 MSP folks. We're talking about dealing with clients with lots of different networks and systems, and so the way that they're approaching automation is by like survival, right? Like in a lot of ways. But as are you guys, even if you do have the benefit of having, one area, one org to focus on. But I'm curious, I mean, does some of this stuff still apply? And what's different, I guess?
Yeah. So that rings true to us too. Like, help me help you, right? Give me the information that I need up front, and that way I can help you with the rest of it. Like that. It definitely rings true. A poorly written help desk ticket is no help at all to us. Like, we can't help you if you just say it doesn't work. Fill in the form if you have them. 100%. Like that. I don't think it matters if you're internal or MSP.
Well, why don't we do this? And Steven, actually, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to say everyone in the business here is our customer. So we need them to cooperate and talk to us and tell us their wants and needs and desires. And we can't make it all happen, but if we don't know it, we can't make any of it happen. So that's why it's so important to get out there and talk to your customers or clients and find out what you can and can't do, whether you're in an automation team exactly, or you're a sysadmin that is just thinking in an automated way because you're sick of doing the same thing again and again for the client, right? So you can always have that automation mindset and really showcase that.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. Well, guys, we've got about 8 minutes left. So any questions here from the chat, feel free to drop things in the Q&A too, and we'll make sure that we get to them this time. But I guess maybe one area we could round out here is going back to the kind of like the action items, right? Like what can people walk away with? And going back to the heart of the session, creating a culture of automation and continuous improvement. So I think obviously you got a lot of good tips about what your function is look like, how you set some things up. Anything else that you want to share in terms of making sure that you're giving your team and others in the company encouragement to have that automation mindset to run towards this versus being wary of it or being indifferent. Maybe I'll start with Dan, with you. How about?
Sure. I think Sandra touched on it. We could spend a whole time about what not to do. But that is something important to highlight. Look, years ago, my MSP tried to kind of create an automation team, and they went after the high impact, really high effort automation, and it fell flat on its face for a couple of reasons. It was just complex, but also the person doing the coding was one of those people that just wanted to like do something once and not come back and iterate it. And so that was one of our organization's first introductions to automation, and everyone just went, what? Why would I use this? It didn't work. It broke. It didn't help me. And then I don't trust it, so I'm not going to use it. So I think one of the most important things is to really plan this. Most people that want to automate, they know how to automate. It's about making sure that they have those people skills and the decision-making skills about what to go address. So for those managers in the audience today, if anyone is interested in automation and has shown any inclination towards it, help empower them, help sit down with them and say, what do you think? You probably already have an idea of what is the most, what is the most common thing that comes in that maybe something automation could help. But let them say, hey, what do you think, person that's interested in automation? What do you think we should look at? Okay, that's interesting. I like what that might look like. Have you considered this as well? And those technicians that are in the audience interested in automation today, come up with a plan. You can go to your boss and say, boss, I think we could do one of these and it would make a tremendous impact. Do you think I could start carving out a couple hours a week to start doing this? If you can prove in your organization from management down to users that this is going to make a difference, you're going to start getting more leash. You're going to start getting more buy-in. If you can prove with those simple, low effort, high impact scripts that they're worth it, you're going to start getting the leash to go try the high impact, high reward. Go spend 100 hours on this. I can't wait to see what you're doing with it. Like, you've gotten the buy-in. So, it's just as important to make sure that you're empowering people that are interested, but also that you're coming up with like a plan that's going to get really everyone excited about it.
That's great.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll just kick in for a quick comment as well,
Yeah,
Dan. The biggest thing to watch for as well when you are automating something, scope creep. And it's the biggest thing in the world to watch that light bulb kind of light up in your department or your MSP, and suddenly people are like, oh my God, I can fix the world. And suddenly you're on a 9-year project to make everything completely automated, and it just never works. Suddenly you're bolting things on 6 months in, and then, you just never manage to finish this project. Pick something small, pick something easy, start from there, and you can start snowballing this and making sure everyone's kind of understanding what the implications are, what the changes are actually doing in the production environment, reacting to sometimes when these changes and automations don't go very well, and suddenly, no one can log on at 9 o'clock in the morning. Or suddenly you've taken down your SaaS web application because Skim has went horribly wrong, or SSO is broken beyond belief. And don't be afraid to ask for help from colleagues. Make sure they're checking your work. Just take some humanity out of automation. You've got to understand that there's more than just the IT department involved in this.
Yeah, the scope creep is an important aspect, but it's also ship something. What I definitely learned is ship something small and continue to iterate and improve it. So this script that I'm talking about that really helped kick us onto the map was a computer cleanup script. And we sat down as a group and said, what are all the coolest features that we can put in? We came up with a list of like 15, 20 different items. And we said, cool, what can we deliver next week? And the first thing we delivered is you run a script that gives you like a pretty HTML report with the computer specs. And we delivered that, and people are like, thanks. I now know very quickly that this guy is 6 gigs of RAM and doesn't have an SSD. And the next one we put out was running a DISM and an SSD scan now. And then the next piece that we ran, and all the while, hey, by the way, how's that working for you? Do you like that? Oh, I saw that script through an error. You didn't even have to tell me. I knew about that before. Thanks, I'll work on that. And then the last thing that we put together in the initial was, hey, go run Malwarebytes and temporary file cleaner in command line only mode. And the point is, like, you might have like 15 things, but you got to trim it down, prove your worth really quickly, and continuously iterate. And it's going to drive up your adoption of that as well.
Thank you so much for that, Dan. We've got a couple minutes left. Greg, start taking us home. And then I'm going to give Sandra and Stephen one last word too.
So, if we're talking about the culture of automation, we need to make sure that people understand that the barrier doesn't have to be out of reach. We've been talking about the good automation versus bad automation, but we don't necessarily need to be afraid of starting somewhere. Your first automation is not going to be this amazing thing that solves all of your problems. You're going to start small. You're not going to understand how it works, but you just have to take action. You have to learn as you go. The best NASCAR drivers at one time didn't know how to drive. Cars are very dangerous. Automation can be very dangerous, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. You shouldn't get in there. You shouldn't put up safeguard rails and start attempting to to knock some of these smaller tasks out and start to learn automation and learn more complexity. And then eventually you will get to a place where you're going to feel like a god and like you can take over the world. And I promise that comes in waves, because just as the moment that you feel like you can tackle the world, you're going to run into the next project and you're going to say, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't belong here. I know nothing. And you're just going to feel like you're at the very bottom. And so just be careful with those waves, and just always remember that even big issues, big complicated issues, you can chip away at them, like Dan was saying. You don't have to automate the world as phase one. You can start phasing that out and take away some of those manual processes little by little, and do partial automations until you get to that final recipe that just looks great. No, you'll never arrive. You'll never be there. You'll never fully automate your business, but you can start chipping away and leaving yourself to do more meaningful stuff as you chip away at those smaller things. So don't be scared of bad automation. Just understand what that is and understand how to improve it. And eventually your bad automation becomes decent automation, which becomes good automation. It's just a cycle.
Nice, Greg. Thanks for that. I'm hoping that maybe, if not for this session, a future one, that you'll be able to like play us off on that piano behind you too. I think that would be a good touch. Sandra and Stephen, we're right at time here, so maybe sorry to put you to it, but just a quick last note from you guys.
Yeah, real fast. I'm going to piggyback off the previous session and a lot what everybody else has been talking about, but invest in your talent and encourage people to actually learn and automate. Give them little tasks that they might be able to help you with. It's very rewarding for somebody who doesn't know much or they're new to IT. If they're able to write a simple script for you, they're going to be motivated to do that in the future. And don't silo yourself. Don't silo your team. Talk to everyone. It helps a lot.
That's awesome.
Talk to the team, talk to the business, start small, and you'll be shocked at how many different people are then looking for you to automate something. You don't have to get overwhelmed by it, do it all, but it's going to make you feel really good when, people are now looking for you and asking, how can they do this better? Because no one wants to do data entry. The help desk person doesn't want to do data entry. No one wants to do that. We can take that data and move that around and work the organization in a smarter fashion, and then you'll continue to progress and grow, which is all we really want to do.
Thank you so much, guys. This has been such a great conversation. Really appreciate it. Thanks everyone in the chat for keeping this one active. We've got one more session, and then we're going to do a product announcement session, and then we're going to announce our prizes. Speaking of the prizes, this is where I make my reminder that our poll is still open, and there's the link. I'll drop that again in the chat for you to check out the finalists. These are the best builds. We invite everyone to share. What are you most proud of? Something that you've built. Sandra, I saw that you had one too that you submitted, so that was awesome.
Sandra, the chat wants to see your shirt.
Oh, and that's true.
Oh, my shirt? Oh, yeah, it's all like Avengers things.
Nice. Oh, man. That's some good cred there, Sandra. Good, well done.
I know my audience.
So please check out the poll. I do want to bring up, so there is, before we get into our next session, I want to make sure we make the most use of those speakers. They're in the green room now waiting for us. Hey, everybody. I do want to remind folks that we are giving away this custom Lego Ninja workstation. You're going to get to customize your own Lego figurine. I mentioned that we would pick some people out random. We've been monitoring the chat, and I've got 2 winners right now. We're going to announce a couple more at the end of the next session. So the first one, Maurice Werner. Congratulations. We're going to be getting in touch with you. And then Ben Gagnon. Hey, Ben, what's going on? You're going to get one of these too. So we're going to reach out to you, and you are going to get a chance to tell us what you want your Lego figurine to look like. We've got some options for you. So congratulations for that. And we'll give a couple more away before it's all said and done here. But with that said, thank you everybody on the panel. Sandra, Stephen, Greg, Dan, thank you guys so much. This has been a great conversation. Really appreciate it. Everyone in the audience, stay with us. We got another really good one coming up.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And hello. All right, we're back. So this is our fourth session, Changing Leadership Perspectives on IT. And we've got some really great guests for you. We'll just get right into it and start off with Lane Smith, CEO of Digital Maturity Advisors. Lane, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. Your site jumped out at me about maybe a couple months ago. I've got an ebook that I'm going to share with everybody, a link to be able to access it. It really struck me as really having a finger on a pulse of some challenges that are facing IT and the perceptions around it. So really getting this whole session, the idea came from that book that you put together. So thank you so much for doing that, and thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So looking forward to the conversation.
Absolutely. And then also we have a familiar face. Miss Marnie Stockman, CEO of Lifecycle Insights. Marnie, I'm so happy that you're here today.
Oh, I'm pretty excited to be here today too. Thank you. As everyone can say in the chat, like clearly it's my birthday. So
guys, you were supposed to wait. Hold on. You blew. Okay, wait. So I mentioned this. I saw this mentioned earlier in the morning, and so we launched a poll in our first session. And we asked people, how should we say happy birthday to Marnie Stockman? And it looks like, oh man, it's actually a tie between.
That first
so I guess you get two. No, sorry, my mistake. Happy birthday. We're putting Alex's mic on mute all day. Is there a better gift? Probably not.
I'm screenshotting that. This is a fantastic. Like, we had the time of our life cycle, and we owe it all to you. That's clearly something that's gotten one too many of my emails. So that's fantastic.
I thought of you. Yeah, you love a good pun.
I do. That is awesome.
All right. Well, wow. Happy birthday. Thank you for taking the time on your birthday to do this. I hope that you're going to have some fun plans for after this.
I went and voted. So there you go. How's that? That was my plan for today.
So you've stood in line at a voting poll, and now you're doing this.
I live in the middle of nowhere. There's no line. Just in. But they did check me, like, oh, your birth date, etc. But then when he said birth date, I said today, and he's like, oh, it is. Sorry, happy birthday.
Oh man, happy birthday! You came up earlier too because of your book, literally the book for customer success for MSPs.
Yes.
I'll share another link for that. We were talking all about user experience, and now we're going to be talking about a big part of that discussion was all about setting right expectations. And how do you have different conversations that aren't just technical? And that's what you have written so much about, and you and Alex work so hard on with MSPs. So great to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. And then we have Tricia King, Director of Client Success at Vertikal 6. And Tricia, thank you so much for taking time to be on too. I love it when we have folks who are operators who are actually doing the work in here. So I'm really glad that we get to have your perspective with all this. Why don't you take the chance to kind of explain a little bit about your role? Because, I mean, client success can mean kind of a lot of things. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your role.
So, sure. So role of Director of Client Success is me working in making sure that the steps and the processes and, how we're delivering things are always focused on business outcomes for our customers. So how we deliver our reviews, how we engage with our customers, what their service desk experience is like. So that's kind of where my role is focused, is just making sure we're providing value for our customers.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you for that. And thank you, all of you, for joining. This, again, the theme of the day is really, we're very, try to be attuned to what are the big pressing questions. We covered hiring and retention, which we've heard a lot about in one-on-one conversations and also across headlines. That's a big challenge for folks. The other thing that I see that is not necessarily, well, in some ways it is timely, and maybe Lane, you can get into this. But in other ways, it's been something that I've heard ever since I started learning about IT and the MSP world, and that is, the encouragement for IT, especially people who want to be either are IT leaders or want to be on that track. that it can't just be about the technology. You can't just be a tech person. You have to learn more about the business. You have to align yourself that way. You have to be a strategic advisor, right? And this is great advice. Obviously, people are totally bought into this. It's been said by a lot of smart folks for quite a while. So why is it hard? It's hard probably for so many reasons, right? But clearly, it's still an issue. This is something that hasn't just been something that's easy for people to adapt to. So I guess I'd like to start there. My broad question for all of you is, if we want to have more strategic discussions with leadership, with stakeholders, people that control budgets, what needs to change and what's getting in the way of that? And Lane, I'll kick it over to you to start, because you definitely have a lot of interesting thoughts about this.
Yeah, well, from what I see in the MSP space is, and really any human nature, right? You focus on what you do best, and most MSPs have technical owners, and so they focus on the technology and are hesitant to have those business conversations with their customers. They understand how to run an MSP business, but not necessarily how to run an accounting firm or a law office or whatever that might be. So what happens is, or what I see happening right now, is this kind of growing gap between, the technology provider that wants to be an advisor and the business owners who are no longer able to rely on that technology partner for technical advice. And I'm not talking about keeping servers running or making sure the lights are on. What I'm talking about is when they want to implement that, marketing automation platform, or a new e-commerce platform, or a new point of sale system. They're not going to the IT people anymore. And the internal IT folks see this as well, right? Where the director of marketing is making a decision on what technology they want, and the last people to find out about it is the MSP or the IT provider. And then they're just to implement random technology that they have no idea why they're implementing it. They have no expectation of what the ROI is going to be, and how to truly make that business succeed around that, right?
Well, thank you for that. And actually, I want to bring something on the screen that really kind of gets at what you're saying. And this is from your website and from the ebook that you guys have. I'm going to bring this up, and maybe you can speak to this a little bit. So this is a pyramid, a good visual, right? And I think it kind of gets to what you're saying. Can you speak to this a little bit?
Yeah, well, so this is kind of that gap I mentioned, that we're that digital advisor, and that's what we help folks with is delivering digital advisory services. And basically the idea is, if you look at the IT industry as a whole, years ago it was like the be a trusted advisor, right? And then you started hearing about the VCIO services. And those got the business owners excited, thinking, hey, we're going to have somebody that can really help us with strategy. But unfortunately, a large majority of MSPs just provided, really technical account management under the guise of VCIO services. And so it's really hurt our industry. And also it's got this perception from the SMB space that, a VCIO is just a technical account manager. And so still not something strategic. And so we've got to change that conversation. We've got to start to let them know that, hey, we need to understand your business plan, your growth goals, your challenges, what industries you're going to, so that we can start to align, technology decisions that are going to help your business grow.
Thanks for that, Lane. And I'm actually going to bring up one more graphic real quick that I mentioned. This really reminds me of something that came up a while ago. And I got this originally from Alex Fields, who is an author of a blog called IT Pro Mentor. He does a lot of Microsoft specific consulting. But I want to share this too, because it really brings this to mind as well. And this is what he calls, I'm going to get rid of our little bubbles here. Hold on one second. Yeah, maybe Christine, you can help. Thank you very much, Christine. Okay, so this is the mission line, and this graphic kind of, self-explanatory if you look at it. But basically, Alex shared this in a way of thinking, okay, where is the value? Where is the business value, and what's becoming commoditized when we think about IT? And this is the argument. He says that there's this line here, and some of the traditional things that a lot of folks tend to think of when they think of IT, offering support for operating systems, networking, hardware, etc. It's considered tech support, and it's considered a cost. Whereas Lane, this kind of goes back to your mentioning, helping a marketing department implement a marketing automation platform, line of business apps, productivity, insights, automation. These are things that cross that line and no longer considered a cost. It's actually seen as contributing real value. So that graphic is just really stuck with me. And I think it's really interesting and a good thing to look at and to kind of challenge yourself to think about what are we providing and how are we really showing it or addressing the perception of what we're providing. But let's stop hearing from me ramble. Let's hear from the experts. Marnie, I'd love to kick it over to you because at Lifecycle, I mean, this is something VCIO services, doing QBRs. This is something that you help folks with all the time. So any reactions to the discussion so far?
Yeah, so that last chart I like quite a bit. The below the line piece doesn't imply that it's not important or shouldn't be dealt with, right? You mentioned it's commoditized, so it can be automated and it's part of the package for sure. But it's also baseline table stakes, right? I often talk about, so I was an educator. I talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and you need air, food, and water before, you need food and shelter before you need other things, right? And so those are the basics, like, is my technology working, etc. But when you go in to have a strategic conversation with a client, they don't just want to talk about, is it working? Because that's baseline table stakes at this point, right? So you really need to think about what pushes up that chart that you showed, or Maslow's pyramid, to like love and self-efficacy, right? Making yourself the better version of yourself, or in business, how do you make their business better? So I liked what Lane talked about in terms of within a vertical, you don't have to be a lawyer to help consult with a lawyer. You don't have to be a dentist to help make a dentist practice bigger. And I saw some of the chats from the last session where people were talking about imposter syndrome. And I often think imposter syndrome comes up because IT folks are absolutely experts in their world. And sometimes there's a lack of confidence in driving to the next level. Again, you don't have to be a lawyer to consult with lawyers, right? And the lawyer, frankly, will want to talk to you about their business more than they want to talk about the technology. So if you can find a way to have those components, it makes you that truly strategic advisor. So your question was, how do we talk strategic? And the first step is to stop talking so much of the tactical and the technical, right? And like come up with those broader value driven, the things at the top of that chart. And I know you had asked me before, what do we see in the space and where did we get there, right? So we see people are moving away from talking about patch stats and how many spams I've anti-spammed and how many viruses I've antivirused. When I wake up in the morning, my computer already tells me that it patched itself. So if you want to come talk to me for an hour and a half about the fact that you patched my computer, I have better things to do with my time. I saw the notification this morning. Thank you very much, right? But if you want to come talk to me about how I can maximize my budget to optimize my business, I'm all in. And I won't steal any of Tricia's thunder because she's one of our partners who does this better than anybody else. But what we're seeing is a shift from the conversation about the commodity piece to budget forecasting and delivering business goals for the clients.
Thank you for that, Marnie. And yeah, Tricia, I mean, definitely want to hear from you because this is something that you've been putting into practice. And when we were speaking before in our prep calls, you mentioned that there were some lessons that you learned, some things that you had to change to make this really stick and get away from that discussion of we're just here to talk about the tech issues, and that was the expectation. Yeah, tell us a little bit about the journey there.
So part of the journey, I think, was way back. So we had done some budgeting and some recommendations and things of that nature, but we hadn't focused on it as much as we are now. So, and I think a lot of this came around when Windows 7 went end of life. After Windows 7 went end of life, we gained so many customers because businesses were upset that nobody had told them that they were going to have to buy 30 or 50 more workstations. And they were really angry about that. And they told us, we want somebody who's going to work with us with strategy. This should not have happened to us. We didn't budget for it. We didn't know it was coming. And we probably had one of our bigger growth years that year because of it. And we were able to talk about our strategy. Oh, you had to do that. Our customers have been budgeting that for the last 2 years. And so it was not a problem for them. And we walked them through our process and how we did that. But we did still focus a lot on technical pieces, right? So we have a best practices review that we do, and we look at a lot of different technical pieces. And I think we were spending a little bit too much time trying to talk to CFOs or finance folks and business owners about what those technology pieces were. And a few years ago, we went kind of back to the drawing board and said, well, if you're a business consultant, which is what a VCIO should be, is a business consultant, then what are business consultants talking about to other businesses? And so we went through and we started to do a lot of research on what a review should be if you're only talking business. And we have found that we've completely revamped. And honestly, as part of that process, we did bring on Lifecycle Insights during that process, and the platform that they had really helped us kind of deliver these in a better way. So we start off now, we talk about business goals, and then we talk about how technology aligns with those goals. And so the first piece of the conversation is, hey, we haven't talked in the last 3 months. Tell me what's going on. Are you people coming back into the office? We're looking at a lot of different pieces on the business. What's changed within the business? What are you trying to do? What are new initiatives? What new products are you delivering? All of those kinds of things. And then we talk about, well, here's what we had for your business goals before and what we talked about as far as technology really helping you be successful with that. And, do you still agree that this is the right path for us? And then we go into recommendations in long-term strategic. So we do at least current year plus 2 years, and we start talking about and showing them and working with them on here's how we're going to put all of those technology pieces together to help you meet those business goals. And then once we've had that and we've kind of agreed, and it's nice with the recommendations, we can show them a lot of details about the recommendations, what level of assets are included in that, and what it's going to cost. Those are all important pieces for a business owner to know before they can make a decision. And so once we've gone in there and we've agreed on what the plan is for the next 2 or 3 years, then we can go in and we can talk about their budget. And what does this look like long term? Where's their budget off balance? Do they have a lot of workstations that they're going to have to purchase in one particular quarter because they're all hitting a 5-year mark or a 3-year mark or whatever we have for a life cycle on those? And we can shift and we can move things around. We can help them balance their budget and have really good conversations around some of those things. And, that's all kind of happened with relooking at how we were delivering and making it more of a business conversation. And then all of the technical things that we did in our best practices and the questions that we asked and answered, that was just supporting evidence at that point. So we showed it to them and we showed them why it was important, but it's just supporting evidence now on how this is going to make their business achieve their goals.
Thank you for that. I mean, that's great to hear all the context there. And one thing that jumped out at me when we were talking before was you mentioned you deliberately made it even a separate meeting, that you separated the technical onboarding from this discussion because you found that when you weren't doing that, it just wasn't going over well. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. We bring on new customers, and we used to have this onboarding kickoff. And, we talked about rolling out agents. We talked about, how we were going to come in and document the people that, and we put together the whole project plan. And then I would be like, I'm your VCIO. I want to talk to you about your business. And nobody cared because we were kicking off a technology managed services thing. And so we did learn over time that sometimes even the people that were in the room in that kickoff call were not the right people for us to talk to. And so we talked in that meeting and said, we need to have a business conversation with you because we can't make good recommendations and set you up for success if we don't understand how your business works and where you're trying to go with that. And so, these are the types of things that we're going to talk about. We would like to schedule a meeting with the people who it's appropriate to talk to in the business about this, this level of conversation. And that changed things because now when they have a conversation with us, they know it's not technical. It's separate from everything else that we're doing.
And
That's
I'd love
great.
to just add on to that a bit. So one of our partners who I've talked with, along with Tricia, Matt, will say it's also important to set up that business conversation early on and not 3 months after we've onboarded, so that the business side of it doesn't have expectations that you may not be meeting because you haven't had the conversation. So the parallel path Tricia's talking about is super important, because if you say we are going to do all things technical and we'll see you in 90 days, the business minded folks at the client is already thinking you're solving their problems. So to make sure everybody's on the same page down that parallel path, I think it's important to have both the business and the technical pieces starting up front with onboarding.
And we do right off the bat, we have our first business review, and our goal is to hit that 2 weeks, within 2 weeks after the onboarding wrapped up. So that's the goal. So right off the bat, we're talking to them about their business. When we met before, you said you were here's our plan for getting you there. And, it's right off the bat, they understand it. And it sets expectations. You learn a little bit more when you start talking about, well, here's the pieces. When are we going to do it? And getting the commitment from the customer that if you want to meet these business objectives, these are the pieces that we need to help you with. And this is the journey that this is how we're going to make it happen.
Absolutely. As you can see, I've launched a poll here just to get people's perspectives. And a lot of folks not doing this VCIO specifically yet. Some it's going great. Some it's a struggle. Folks in the audience here, if you haven't voted on that, would love to hear your thoughts. So wanted to bring that up, but then kick it back over to you, Lane. There's a quote from the ebook, which is great. The 5 disciplines of a future-proof MSP, which I shared a link to in the chat. I'll share another one again. And I'll just read really quickly. So the quote is, what I wanted to do is be part of their business plan, to have a seat at the table, become the CIO, be part of their team. That didn't work out at all. It became a total disconnect between IT topics and their business plans. All they wanted to discuss when it came to IT expenses was how to cut the budget. So obviously, this cannot go well. And I think that Marnie and Tricia are giving some suggestions for how that can go differently. But I wanted to bring that up and tee you up again. I mean, why is this so hard to get across? And do you think it's are you seeing that too? That it's important to have kind of a disconnect?
Yeah, well, I think it starts with the conversation and how you start the engagement with the customer. If the initial conversations are all technical, and you're solving that technical problem, you're not talking business at all in your even in your pre-sales calls, then that's their mindset. Regardless of what you call yourself, you're there to solve the technical problems. And, business owners don't necessarily see, I'll use the marketing again. They don't see marketing challenges as a technical problem. So they don't even think to talk to you about that. And so by having a conversation, the business conversation first, and then pulling the technology, I think that's a way to get out of that, never ending cycle of you're in this cost center and you can't get out of it. Right. So, and part of what we do is we actually have our pre-sales engagement. We have something we do as a business improvement review where we talk business questions. We got 21 questions we go through, and we ask, how's their finance department doing, operations, and then we'll go into digital. Okay, how about the applications across the board? Is finance leveraging, applications to improve their lives, improve the business? And then we talk technology, because the technology is, if technology is not running well, then you can't build on that, right? And so that's right. That's the whole reason why, as MSPs, we come in and we focus on onboarding. We've got to get that network right and running smooth before we can do anything else. And Tricia, to your point, I think if you spend too much time with your heads down there, then you've just painted yourself into that corner that's all they're ever going to see you as, right? So
I definitely want to we got about 15 minutes left. I want to make sure that we touch on how to do this for existing relationships and clients, because it's one thing to okay, great, like we're going to change the expectations, we're going to take a new approach, we're going to establish that right out of the gate. It's going to be better from the start, right? Like it's always like, we can start fresh, this is great, we don't have to repair like the old damaged relationship, we can go find a new one and we'll do things right this time. Any advice for the current folks? How do you make this happen with clients you already have? Lane, I'll start with you, and then Marnie, I'd love to hear your thoughts too.
Sure. So I kind of look at, I guess your account managers and your VCIOs and to start having a different conversation. One of the things that we see is, the business owners come to you with that technology, implement this CRM or implement this or that. And the current process for an MSP usually is, okay, well, we'll put a proposal together for the time, and here's how much is going to cost. And then, they move forward and get that done. And what we say is, you got to push back a little bit. It's like when they come to you with that CRM, say, whoa, okay, great. We're going to help you. But first, we're going to engage with you to understand, the people involved with it. What are their priorities? What are they kind of trying to accomplish? And then we're going to dive into the processes. What processes are you hoping to improve? And then ultimately, what type of ROI do you want to get out of this? And then let's look at the technology. And it might be at that point, they don't even need that new technology because they've already got it in place. They're just not leveraging it because they haven't done those stakeholder interviews. They haven't created those processes around it. And so your technology project might be completely different than that initial, ask from the customer.
So I would love to jump in on this as well. The first thing you might have to do is apologize. Right? Shocking turn of events. You might have done this badly already, right? So you might be saying, I would love to do this. That sounds great, but now nobody will talk to me because I've done a business review where I talked patch stats for 4 hours and I said flux capacitor 100 times and I watched their eyes glaze over and I don't know how to get out of it. So let me tell you, people really appreciate somebody who's willing to say, I got it wrong. So right out of the gate, give them a call and say, Jonathan, first, I need to apologize. Like last time we chatted, I'm a nerd. I love myself a flux capacitor, and I probably bored you to tears with some gadgets and gadgets type of thing. But we've been doing a lot of research, and I've got a checklist of things would love to talk to you about. So I have 2 suggestions for how to make this approach. Because if you just say, I'd love to talk to you about your business, after you've only shared patch stats and spam stats, they're not going to know how to respond to you. Jonathan's brain is not thinking, well, I want to, add new locations and I want to, increase productivity. They're not thinking that's the conversation they're going to have with you. So you have to give them some ideas. So I'm going to send you an email with some topics of things we're talking about now and how technology can help. I'd love for you to pick 3 that you want to talk about. So that's one idea. The other idea is, hey, Jonathan, I have, again, you've already apologized. Last time was bad. This time's going to be different, right? But I've worked with other people in your vertical. I've been working with other lawyers, and I've been helping them save time, make money, increase productivity, expand new. You, again, have to feed them with ideas of how you have helped other people do these things. And if you said to me, hey, I have some ideas on how I can save you time, make you money, make clients more productive, whatever it is, and I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. So no flux capacitors. We're going to talk about that. I'm in. So again, my suggestion, start with an apology if you need to, but then also you have to spoon feed them a bit about what you mean, because they don't understand when you say, I want to have a business conversation.
Yeah, the other thing too, and I can tell you we've had to do this. And so how we approach this is we really sit down and we meet and we talk about everything that we know about the customer. You know, right now is a great time to do that. So Server 2012 is going to end of life, right? So with Server 2012 going to end of life, that usually means there's a lot of change that needs to happen on the infrastructure. Are you going to move them to the cloud? Are you going to keep them on premise? What makes sense? Are you just going to go to cloud-based applications? They might be thinking of doing that, and you might not be aware of that. So Server 2012, plus there's a whole bunch of Cisco switches, FortiGate devices, D-Series, all going end of life next year. So there's budget conversations like, how are we going to do this? What order are we going to do this in? And then, you know, start having those conversations and said, hey, have you thought about going to the cloud? We notice you have these servers that are going end of life. Let's talk about what makes sense for your business and begin with those conversations. And the other thing that we do is we'll just go through our process of putting together a strategic review, build the documents, and if we don't have a meeting with it, we just send it to them and says, hey, here's our recommendations. We've really been taking a deep dive into what's going on in the next few years. This is what we think you should be doing. Would love to have a meeting to talk to you about
Yeah, thank you for that. We've got about 10 minutes left now. Great response. I wanted to make sure we hit on that one. We're getting great comments in the chat too. Lane, I want to kick back over to you for, we did have a poll asking about the MSPs in the audience, and then there's internal IT leaders as well. How does this reflect on them? I mean, there's perceptions that they need to change too. I mean, we're taking away the business element out of it, having to re-earn the business there. But any advice? I mean, do you have any advice or any experience there with applying some of this to that world as well?
For the internal IT world,
yeah.
I think the concepts are the same, and both the MSP or the internal IT suffer in the same way when the business is randomly ad hoc implementing technology, because ultimately they're the ones that have to support it. So I regardless whether you're in-house or MSP, this is a problem that you need to figure out how to solve, and you've got to change those perceptions. So I don't know that, I guess I wouldn't say that anything we've said doesn't apply to internal IT, So.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you for that. Well, let's go into, again, just some last actionable steps. We had a lot of good advice there, Tricia and Marnie and Lane, from how to deal with your existing clients in ways that you can kind of start moving in that direction. But what about just changing an approach overall? I mean, for the people in the audience who are nodding their heads, they love this concept. They want to actually do something. What's one small thing that they can do? Marnie, I'll kick it over to you first.
So, like eating an elephant, one bite at a time. It is completely overwhelming if you're doing nothing or clients won't come to the table. And then you're like, all right, everything Tricia said, we're doing it tomorrow. Tricia told you she didn't do it overnight, right? It was a process. So I think they need to think continual improvement. And what is the first size bite you can take? Tricia mentioned there's a lot of things that they collect data on that they don't present in the conversation, but you have to collect that data in order to have enough of a conversation. So start getting your house in order in terms of the data that is important to them, that they can begin to share. So if I were to say start someplace, you need to start with the data. And then wouldn't be a bad thing to also start maybe doing some of your own internal research on how to be a business consultant. So you can start asking about customer goals. I could go on for days, but I'll just start there.
I know that you can. How about you, Tricia?
I would say pick one or two customers that you think are most open to it and start having conversations and then get feedback from them. So at the end of every single review that I've delivered, I ask 3 questions. One is, did you find this valuable? Second question is, what didn't I show you that you would like to see? And then the third question is, what did I show you that you weren't interested in? Right. And so far, we've had really good feedback and we haven't had anybody say anything negative. But over time, because, we're about 1.5 years, 2 years in with the Lifecycle product, where I have adjusted all of our processes and how we're delivering it. Eventually, somebody's going to say, yeah, this doesn't really apply to us, and we're going to get better feedback. So start with 1 or 2 customers, try to deliver, try to have those conversations, see how it goes, ask for feedback, and then move on and expand it further.
Great advice. Lane, any actionable things? And also, in addition to that, anything you want to say to really instill a sense of urgency with this? Because I think that's something that I took away from coming across your site, and the great advice that you've been giving out is this really is something that if you want to stay in business and you want to be succeeding, you got to be dealing with now.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with the other question first. Was just how to start, and I think it starts up here, right? Who you are and who do you want to be, and when you look at what we're doing in the space as MSPs, we are advising these small business owners. So are we there just as a technologist, or could we put that advisor hat on, right? And as you look and say, okay, well, I really want to be able to advise them. So that's the first thing, is just this mental shift. And then the second piece would be start looking at, how you're marketing and how you're having those initial conversations, and start shifting that conversation to be a little bit more business focused. And then the third piece is, Marnie, you mentioned how do you be a business advisor, a business consultant? You don't need to understand everybody's business. What you need to understand is a framework on how to go in and guide, a small business through a process to help them decide what their problems are, right? So you have to become more of a, what's the word for it now? Like a mediator, right? Or facilitator. That's the word. You need to learn how to facilitate those conversations. Yep. And you don't need a business degree to learn how to do that. So I think if you start there and you start inching towards this, you're going to have success. But if you try and bite it all off on once, you're going to fall flat. So, and as far as the urgency, I think it is fairly urgent. Keeping the lights on. I mean, the one thing that we've done as MSPs and RMM providers is we've really upped the expectation for how IT should run, right? At this point, I remember it used to be the old joke, oh, it's Microsoft systems, they're going to just crash all the time. And there was this, I remember having these conversations with the telephony folks. It's like, guys, I can't imagine if our phone systems were going down all the time, right? And that was, say, 25 years ago when IT was going down all the time. Well, IT's at that state now where we're keeping the lights running. Everything's working good. And the challenge is, what's that next level? And as everything's working good, the perception of the value, the value perception for what an MSP doing is decreasing. And right now, you're still, if you want to sell your company now, you're in a good shape. 5 years from now, 7 years from now, 10 years from now, if you're still just providing that same level of service, your company's not going to be very valuable. And so you've got to make that jump up to that business conversation and start to differentiate yourself, become a valuable asset.
Well said. And I'm going to share one more time the link to the ebook because it really is a great read. Okay, well, listen, thank you so much, Lane, Marnie, Tricia, for taking the time to jump on this. Really important conversation, really great one. I really appreciate all the perspectives that you brought. And Marnie, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody. So before we start, the next session is going to be our last one of the day. It's going to be a little bit of a different speed. We're going to actually be announcing some product and feature announcements. So this one is primarily for Ninja customers, people who are interested in Ninja. You're going to hear some product-related stuff. And before we do that, I just want to give one more quick update again for the prizes. And so as a reminder, we're giving away this Ninja Lego workstation with a custom minifig that you get to create yourself. You tell us how you want it to look. And this is going to, we're picking out some random winners. Although this first one isn't so random. So I did happen to notice that, Marnie, you're not the only birthday person here today. There's also
That's right.
David, I'm going to mispronounce your last name, Stoltheis. Apologies, David, if I mispronounced that. But happy birthday, sir. We're going to send you one of these. And then let's see. We got one other person, Danielle. Oh, thank you, David. Yeah, I never pronounced Kelvin's last name right either, so don't feel bad. So Danielle, yeah, you're welcome. Congratulations. We're definitely going to send you one of these. We'll reach out so you can customize your own figure. And then let me give one last reminder that our polling is still open. We are voting on the winners of our Tell Us Your Proudest Build competition. And so we have our 10 finalists. You can follow that link. I'll drop in the chat too, so you can check out the finalists if you didn't already at the beginning of the day. And let's just have a quick update here. Here's what we got. Okay, so the playable Lego NES. This is someone who built a Nintendo out of Lego. It's actually playable because there's a Raspberry Pi inside, which I think is amazing. So that's in a narrow lead over the Mac Tower bench. Another entrant has 2 Mac Towers that you turn into an amazing bench. It looks very comfy. And then in third place, so the top 3 get a prize. If you haven't voted, feel free to go in here. I'm sure all these builders would appreciate it. For number 3 right now, it's neck and neck with the wood mechanical keyboard and a sheet metal black pearl. Fantastic. Okay, so those are winners. We're going to announce the top 3. We're going to make it official right after this session. But with that, I'm going to take this off the screen. I'll thank our speakers one more time. Thank you all so much for coming on. And stick around, everybody. We're going to talk about Ninja product and feature related things next.
Thanks, Jonathan.
All right. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining us for this final session, I think, of the day. This is our opportunity to give you a little bit of a product update on what's been going on with Ninja. I'm joined by 3 stars on our product management team, our SVP of product, Rahul Hirani, AJ Singh, one of our co-founders and VP of product, and then Chris Williams, our senior product manager. Today we're going to go through 4 pretty cool updates that we have coming down the pipe. None of these are available today, but they're all, deeply in development and getting closer and closer to being available to you all. And I'm just really excited about them. So I convinced Jonathan to let me do a little bit of pitching for Ninja as a last session in this ITX seminar. So with that, I think we can jump into the first update. I'm going to hand you off to Chris Williams for our first product update.
Hey everyone. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, I guess, wherever you're at. Yeah, as Pete mentioned, I'm a senior product manager here at Ninja, and I am in charge of patching, whether it's Windows patching, Linux patching, Mac OS patching, third party. I manage it all. So if you have questions, if you have feedback, please talk with me. I love hearing it. And we have multiple engineering teams building out new patching features. And I'm actually really excited to talk through a couple of those exciting enhancements that are coming real soon. They're not out just yet, but they're coming very, very soon. So let's get that queued up now because I want to demo it for you. We continue to enhance our patching platform by adding new features that you can take advantage of every day. A common request that I'm excited to discuss is the ability to view CVE and CVSS information for your patches. One of the biggest challenges administrators face today with patching is understanding which updates are truly urgent and need to be applied immediately. Soon, you'll have more information at your disposal to better understand the impact of an update. On my Ninja dashboard, I've navigated to my patch overview page. Here, I'm showing updates that were just recently installed. I can see the CVE number associated with the most recent updates, and I can click them to see all related CVE numbers. This one is an update roll-up. It's a cumulative update that has a lot of associated CVE numbers with it. If I want to dive into the details of a particular CVE number, I can easily click on it to find out more. We link directly to the National Vulnerability Database where you can see the full CVE info. I'll go ahead and drill into it now. And here you can see all of the CVE information in detail. You can also see that it has an associated CVSS score of 7.8, which is considered a high criticality. That information is also conveniently displayed right here on my patch overview dashboard, providing you with even more context around your most critical updates. So that's the CVE and CVSS score information, and it'll be available later this month as an open beta, and it'll be available to all users early next year. Feel free to speak with your account manager if you'd like early access. And for those of you with eagle eyes, you might have noticed there's also a new checkbox to the left of installed updates. And when I click it, you'll see a new uninstall option that we're going to be providing very soon to all users, the ability to roll back an update. Not all updates can be rolled back and uninstalled, but if you do have a problem with an update and it can be rolled back, we want to provide that option for you right within the Ninja dashboard. Next up, let's take a step back and focus on overall patching health. As a former patch admin myself, I know how important it is to stay on top of the updates across my fleet of devices. And the Ninja engineering teams are currently working hard to bring you more data about the state of patching in your environment. I'm happy to demonstrate here an early look at our patch overview dashboard. What you see here is a preview of what the dashboard will look like when completed. We show key stats in the upper left-hand corner, such as your overall patch compliance and the number of devices that have scan issues. In the middle, you can quickly see counts of all updates across your fleet. You can see the status of those counts at a glance and click into them for more details. On the right, we list out your top operating systems across your fleet, sorted by version. This helps you identify any older OSs that haven't been upgraded yet, but probably should. Scrolling down, in the middle of the chart, we show you how many outstanding updates you have by age so you can better understand your risk footprint. We also list out the devices with the most failed patches, and the click-through links there take you right to the device details. If you have common failures, we list those out too. The goal of the patching dashboard is to show you a holistic view of your environment, both the good and the bad, and provide visibility into areas that might need more attention. Ninja wants your devices, your fleet, to be as secure, as updated, and as protected as possible, and we want to give you the information and the tools to do that. The patch overview dashboard itself is finishing up development this month, and we plan to release it in beta this January. Thank you. So I'm seeing a lot of questions and feedback coming in the chat. I'm going to try to get to all of those as some of the other speakers are going. But I love what I'm seeing and hearing so far from the feedback. So keep it up, guys. I'll try to answer as much as I can.
And Chris, if there are big picture things you want to address after we've gone through the other updates, we can bring them back and talk out loud about them rather than just answering text. So thanks so much for that update, Chris. AJ, we're off to you. Awesome. Thanks, Peter. And Chris, this was super exciting, man. Hey, everyone. So let's talk about Gravity Zone. So Gravity Zone, many of you might be aware, is a security tool that offers a host of features ranging from content control, device control, there's disk encryption, EDR, anti-exploit, and whatnot. So the whole goal here is to give you guys a single pane of glass integration with Ninja, so you can deploy that easily and manage your devices even more easily through this integration. It's going to be a phased approach. So the first phase is already out in closed beta, which also lets you spawn a brand new Gravity Zone account through Ninja, which is the integration I'm going to show you now. Just to talk through the other pieces as well. So down the line, there's quite a few Ninja resold Gravity Zone accounts out there, which you guys have bought in a standalone fashion. The goal is also to bring them into the single pane of glass view in very short order. And as a part of that, if you were using another reseller-based Gravity Zone account, you can also bring that into Ninja, into this view ASAP, like right after that, the second phase goes out. So let's take a look at how this integration works. I go into administration, go into the apps tab, and here you will see an app tile for Bitdefender. In my case, I've already added that. So once you add that, you enable it, and it'll give you SSO links to go into the Gravity Zone console and also to the policies. So this is pre-authenticated, makes it really easy for a technician to jump from Ninja to Gravity Zone with a single click. The second phase of that is to actually go to the policies. In my case, I'm going to go into my test policy and go to the antivirus tab and select Gravity Zone from here. So the spirit of this integration is to keep things simple. We could have gone down the road of building every single policy item into Ninja, but that goes against the spirit of Ninja. So we wanted this to be as simple and let Gravity Zone do what they do best by providing all those fine-grained controls. So here you can control the installation aspect, which is if there's another AV that's detected, you can take no action, which means it won't install Gravity Zone, or install that on top if you feel they're compatible. The second phase is providing the reboot options. So if the device requires a reboot after the install, you have option to suppress that or automatically reboot or prompt the user till they accept to patch all those DLLs that might be locked. So once Gravity Zone is pushed to the endpoints, at that point, you can go into a device. Let's go to one of my test devices here. You will see Gravity Zone showing up as the AV of choice. You can also go to the settings tab and see the Gravity Zone tile. In this case, this seems to be broken, but let's find another good example because there's a few more fun things we do. So we can show you the status of the install, shows you the default policy it's mapped to on the Gravity Zone side, which is also, again, an SSO link, and also an SSO link to the device in the Gravity Zone console. And further, if I go to the play button, I can run an AV scan on the fly right from here. And further, if I go to the policy, which I'm going to go from here, and go to the activities tab, here, there's all these activities which we track, and they show up in our Twitter-like activity feed. So things from the install failed to the scan completed to threats blocked, all of these can be notified on. So if you have your notification channels like Slack or PagerDuty or Microsoft Teams turned on, if you have a ticketing system configured or a PSA configured, it can also go in as a ticket to the corresponding platform. And lastly, if there were any threats, they will show up right here in this health status with three options. You could delete a threat, you could restore a threat, and you could restore and add exception. And you can also do that at the top level. If I had any threats, I could go into the dashboard. Let's actually go from here. So you'll see all the threads showing up here, and you could multi-select and perform the same actions right from that screen. And that sums up what this integration is in a nutshell. AJ, there is a question about, you talked about the multiple phases. First phase is new gravity zone instances only. Do you have an approximate timeline on the BYO license version of this integration?
Absolutely. So we are working on a rush order right now. The idea is to have something in early Q1 for the BYOL case.
Awesome. And that's obviously subject to, any challenges we face as a development organization. That's current timeline target, but, no guarantees on that. Thank you so much, AJ. BYOL is bring your own license, Sean. So I saw a lot of this in chat, and I think hopefully we'll answer some of the questions right now. I'm going to actually share my screen really quick. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share that. Oh, I shared the wrong thing. Well, I'm going to show it in this version. I am happy to announce our partnership with SentinelOne, which is currently live. We do have the ability to, as of today, resell SentinelOne directly in Ninja for single source billing. The short answer to this is today it is only a reseller agreement where we are reselling their Control, Complete, Ranger, and Vigilance MDR solutions. All of those are available. Again, today you can reach out to your account manager. We have built out our relationship with SentinelOne to ensure wherever possible we have price leadership in this market for our MSP partners. Unfortunately, we can only resell SentinelOne to our MSP partners today. We're going back and having a bigger conversation with SentinelOne, but as of today, it is only available to our MSP partners. But the even bigger news outside of our ability to resell SentinelOne is that we are actively working to build out an integration, and I will hand it off to Rahul to share what that looks like.
Hey folks, let me share my screen. Can I steal it from you, Pete, or do you have to stop first?
Jonathan will have to share your screen, so you can go ahead and hit share, and then he will put it on screen.
Gotcha. Actually, pardon me one moment. Let me make sure I've got the right recording up.
Jonathan, do you have the SentinelOne video?
Hey guys, yeah, I do. I have the video. You want to go with that route, Ro?
I have it. Is it coming up for you, Jonathan?
Yeah, I've got the video. I can play that for you now. So here we go, guys.
That'll work too.
One moment.
Here I'm adding SentinelOne as a new app. There are two integration models for SentinelOne. One is username and password, and the other one is API token. You'll notice that there's a checkbox at the bottom here, allow NinjaOne to manage integration with SentinelOne. The API token has a lifetime of 6 months, and by keeping this box checked, you allow NinjaOne to refresh that token for you. On the mappings page, you'll see NinjaOne organization aligned with SentinelOne site ID. We'll do our best to guess the mapping for you, but we need you to confirm. Lastly, under policies, you can add SentinelOne as an antivirus option under the antivirus tab.
I wasn't sure if I could talk over that.
So I think we saw alerts in there from SentinelOne directly on an individual device, as well as color-coded detection of alerts. So if alerts are detected, it'll turn a device red. Are there actions that can be taken from those alert notifications in Ninja?
Not at the moment. Right now, we're putting all remediation on Sentinel-1 itself. We're trying to act as the proverbial single pane of glass for all of your alerts that are coming in through Sentinel-1. There is a very high likelihood that we adapt primary actions into the NinjaOne console over time. The other thing I wanted to add is, whereas AJ was showing kind of a fresh start version of Bitdefender Gravity Zone, this one, as you can tell, is built around the idea that you're already using Sentinel-1, hence the mapping page and the mapping experience.
So we can start out with bring your own license when we first go to market with this. Awesome. So you will be able to purchase from Ninja. Again, I think we've done a really good job trying to build in price leadership for the products that we offer from Sentinel-1. And you'll be able to use the integration when you purchase through us, but also if you purchase through another reseller of Sentinel-1, you'll be able to use those licenses as well. Awesome. So we have one last update for you all. This one will also be, Rahul, one I'm super excited about. So I'm going to hand you back off to Rahul to go ahead and share this final update.
Jonathan, let me try sharing this time. It's weird hearing my own voice. Can you let me know if that came through?
Yes, it looks like it did. Okay, so yeah, let's bring it up.
Okay, awesome. I'm still not brave enough to do a live demo here, so I'm going to be showing a demo, pre-recorded demo of our new upcoming MDM product. Is this coming through? Can I go ahead and start playing it? I'm going to assume that's a yes. So on the left side of the screen, you've got a screen mirrored version of an Android phone. And on the right side, of course, you've got the Ninja console. You'll see a couple new options here that are under enroll, or rather add device, Android and iOS. So the developer who recorded this is going to be adding a single Android device via email. So on the left side, in the messages application, he will receive a link. He'll click that and it'll automatically begin installing an MDM profile for him. This is going to be possibly a couple minute long process. There are a couple determinants of it. One is just the response time that we receive from the Android APIs, and it's pretty similar also for the Apple side of things. I think I condensed this just a little bit so we don't have to wait quite so long. But these are the general steps that you'll see on the phone. This is a one-off enrollment. We offer a couple of different types of enrollment. One that we're working on right now is zero-touch enrollment on the Android side, and there's a similar name for iOS enrollment for fully managed devices, ones that you purchase from a certified reseller. Now that the profile is installed, you'll see that the device will pop up on the console itself. The developer will click through, and you'll see all of the basic information. Meanwhile, on the the Android device, you'll now see a distinction between personal and work applications. And again, on the right side, I've got the basic information from the device itself, and we're going to be expanding this pretty considerably with the data that we're getting back from Android. One more thing that I wanted to show you here is policy management of mobile devices. So under the Android mobile policy, he's going to add a very quick restriction for SMS, for example. And he's going to save that. It'll take a couple seconds to apply. But once it has applied, as he flips back to the Android device and attempts to launch the messages application, which he just added a restriction around, this is a prompt he'll be receiving. This application is not allowed by the device. This is going to be extended to include not just application restrictions, but also things like geofencing. There are all kinds of possibilities that we can start to introduce for mobile devices. And our expectation with mobile devices is that they're going to behave and operate in a similar fashion to the way that you would manage laptops, desktops, workstations, servers, etc. The direction for MDM is not just to stop with mobile devices, but to expand that further. Stop sharing here. To expand that further to include things like Mac workstations for Mac OS patching, Windows laptops, and beyond, Chromebooks, etc.
Rahul, other than getting roasted in chat about your voice, can you talk just a second about kind of like the MDM roadmap, like it's gonna look like at launch and what it's gonna look like, over the next year or so?
Yeah, so MDM is entering into closed beta right now. At the moment, we are working on, as you just saw, basic actions, basic restrictions, and the inclusion of mobile devices into policies. That's again going to be for Android and iOS devices. The current development efforts are primarily around zero touch and the Apple equivalent that I'm blanking on at the moment for corporate managed devices. And in addition to that, Ninja is known for multi-tenancy, and multi-tenancy continues to be beneficial even for MDM, because as you set up different MDM integrations, there are certain configuration options, for example, whitelisted applications that even internal IT customers may want to change on a department by department basis. So between the bulk enrollment and the multi-tenancy, those are going to be the two projects that are going to bleed into, I think, Q1 of next year. Afterwards, we have, the roadmap is very long, but we will probably be looking into things like geofencing, as I mentioned earlier, which may or may not involve building out a mobile application that the user will have to, or alternatively, the MDM profile can help share location information. And in addition to that, starting to look at things like Mac and Chromebook, as I mentioned earlier.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rahul. There was a question about pricing. We do not have a finalized pricing model yet for this. It would be something you'd reach out to your account manager for. We do intend for this to at least initially be a per device model like Ninja is, but we don't have finalized pricing for you yet. And obviously at launch, it'll be a new product, so that'll impact things as well. So I would love now to just open it up to questions. We introduced a lot of new things here. None of them are available for your hands today. Some of them are moving into closed beta very soon, some into open beta shortly thereafter. So we'd love to answer questions about any of them as we go. So if you have questions, shout them out. I'm going to run down through the list and see if I can find any as I go, though. A big one here, actually, that I've seen in chat as well is how would Ninja MDM work alongside other MDM solutions like Intune or Jamf?
That is going to depend on a MDM by MDM basis. I think when I say that, I'm really talking about Intune. Intune does a lot more than just MDM. It is now extending outside of just MDM with its inclusion in Windows endpoint management. And it can do things via like Windows Autopilot that we can start to take advantage of. I think that, we've heard from a number of customers now, different use cases that they would like to be able to support cross-product. And so that's why Intune is top of mind now. With other MDM providers, I think we're going to wait and see what the customer base says during the closed beta and as that moves into open beta to see what kind of workflows we can support. Pete, I don't know if you've got an impression on that because you've been pretty involved with the MDM project as well.
Yeah, I know technically devices can have multiple MDM profiles, I believe. I don't necessarily know, there's no air traffic control. You have two controlling applications trying to do multiple things. And so it can cause challenges. I think it's going to end up being the demand from our customer base on what works well together and what we have to kind of air traffic control around. So, the intention would be in many cases, hopefully we can replace existing MDMs. I think, Intune is probably something that we're less likely to be able to replace wholesale, at least not for quite a while. So I think the short-term answer is, we'll be able to replace some basic MDMs, especially people who are using MDMs from a really simple perspective. And in other cases, we'll have to find ways to work together and build in sort of our ability to work with others. Another question here, I have two on SentinelOne. One is, how do we find SentinelOne pricing? Any pricing discussion you should have with your account manager if you're a current Ninja partner. If you're not a Ninja partner, reach out to sales or your account executive and they can give you pricing. They do have that available for them today. And they can give you pricing based on your number of endpoints and what you want to use, that sort of thing. The second one here is the beta process for SentinelOne. Maybe you can talk about the beta process a little bit in general, Rahul. Like, how do we move from closed beta to open beta, and how do we choose people for those programs?
Yeah, we have generally 4 stages of development. So we have alpha, which is kind of active development. This is we gate them for on a number of different dimensions, but one primary gate is number of people that we let into each stage. So an alpha is we're actively building it. It's really for testing and very quick feedback. And so we have typically like 5 people involved with that. And it varies on a project by project basis, but that's kind of the, if something goes wrong, like it's an active development, that's kind of the blast radius, for lack of a better way of putting it, that we are tolerant of. For closed beta, I think we'll go up to, I think it's like 50, AJ. Does that sound about right?
Yep. Yep.
We want to get to around like a threshold of about 50, and we want it to operate without major issues for 3 to 4 weeks. Again, this is kind of a template. It varies on a product by product basis. During that time, we'll also start roping in the support team, make sure that not just the product management team and the development team working on the product are the only ones capable of providing support. So by the time it rolls into open beta, anyone in the company can kind of enable it. It's not on by default for anyone, but you should be able to get in touch with your account manager for enablement, and the support team should be able to help you rather than going through kind of the low bandwidth way of speaking directly to a product manager or the feature development team. And for that, we're kind of looking for maybe 100, 150 open beta customers using it without issue for another 3 to 4 weeks before we feel comfortable getting this ready for GA. GA has some more kind of fanfare that we work with Pete on for the marketing side, any sort of press release required. But that's the general path, is we follow those 4 general stages before, or up to and including GA sticker for our products.
Awesome. Thank you, Rahul. 2 questions about remote access. One is, is there any chance that you'll be able to do remote support on mobile devices once we have MDM?
It's a separate project. We are working on that. We're working on that. I'm thinking probably our best estimate would be Q1, Q2, and I think we have a current focus on Apple devices first. That's all I can say about it at the moment.
Fantastic. Here's a one from Rob that I think we can, Chris, you can probably dig into. With the patching work being done, is Apple for incremental and major patching support coming? I would love to see Ninja have the ability to manage Mac patching without using scripts.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't talk about that, but that is coming. It's in development right now. Mac OS patching, we hope to have that available as a closed beta by the end of this year. Our teams are working on that right now. Mac third-party patching, being able to patch third-party software, that's already in closed beta. That's getting ready to go to an open beta here by the end of this year. So yes, that is coming. It'll be native Mac OS patching built within Ninja. You won't have to manage or run scripts anymore. It'll be native to the platform.
And I think there is a component of MDM there in the long term where we may leverage MDM to have the most possible reliable access to Mac patching. That was bad English, but Okay, I don't see any other major questions here, I don't think. If anyone does have any, please throw them out there. I may have missed as I go through. Let me just do one last pass. And yeah, I don't see any other ones, so I think we can probably wrap up this session. Jonathan, if you want to come back on.
And no one has a fake background on this call. I don't think we can do fake backgrounds on this one. So I see that question coming up in the chat more than once.
And mine is not a fake background. I get this all the time. It's not fake. It's real. Look, I can go back here.
That's a sound stage.
Jonathan.
Yeah, that's a sound stage, green screen. I'd say AJ's looks the most fake. I'm sorry, AJ.
Forgive me. Yep. Let me try something. Let me throw something at the back.
Oh, there we go.
All right, I'm going to disappear. Good job, guys. Everybody, stay tuned. We're going to announce the prize winners. So Brittany and I are going to come back on, and we're going to announce the grand prize winners. I hope that everybody has had a great time and gotten good things out of this. I also want to get your feedback. So I'm going to launch a poll to get some feedback on the event as a whole, and let the lucky people know who won the big prizes. So stay tuned just for 1 minute. All right. Hey, thank you everybody for sticking with us throughout the day. Tony, what a great comment. I came just for the chance to win something, but left with a bunch of good info. That's awesome. Well, speaking of prize winners, Brittany, we've got the best job.
Yeah, I like this job. I got to sit around, listen to some sessions, and then I just get to talk about free prizes. So, I think I have the easiest job here.
Well, so I do want to we're going to announce the prize winners. I do have a couple of other random attendees that even if you didn't submit a best build, we want to give you the Ninja Workstation 2. So I'm going to announce one of those, and then we'll give one more person too before it's all said and done here. But congratulations, Anthony. Anthony Reyes, you've been doing lots of commenting all day long. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this. I really mean it. This isn't just me being cheesy and saying this. What makes these events so great is everybody, all the attendees, like all of you guys. I love how active everybody is in the chat. I love that everyone connects with each other and is open about giving each other advice and sharing. I love that people are connecting on here. This is awesome. This is why we do what we're doing here. So thank you, all of you. And Anthony, good job. Congratulations. Oh man, Thomas.
I was going to try not to react.
Oh my God, that's incredible. Steven, I think it's like 10 p.m. his time or something like that.
I got a screenshot. We'll be fine.
Yeah. We're gonna make sure he sees that if he doesn't already. Okay. So, Brittany, I'm going to share my screen here, and I think we should do a recap of the finalists, and then we can announce the big winners. And then while I'm doing that, I also want to launch a poll to get your feedback. We put together these virtual events, these bigger ones. We're going to do at least 2 next year, maybe more. But a lot of this is based on your feedback. So we want to make sure that this is valuable to you, that it's actually worth your time. We understand that this is, you're all very busy people, and you've been on here, some of you, all day long, which is awesome. But we want to make sure that we earn that. And so we definitely want your feedback. Don't just say good job. I mean, we love to hear that too, but let us know what you actually want to hear about, what could have been better. We really want to improve and make sure that we're making use of our resources and time to deliver things that you're going to really enjoy and like. So let us know, and I'll be following up with an email that'll have some more requests for feedback. So if you answer that, thank you so much for doing that. Maybe we'll throw in some swag for that as well. Okay, but with that said, let me share my screen here and bring back up our finalists. Okay. As a reminder, the best builds. And again, I just want to call out one more time. This has been so amazing. This is my favorite contest we've done by far because I've been blown away by how creative people are and how I think Ray put it best. Ray Orsini from OIT VoIP said, he loves doing things that don't involve a computer. In this case, I guess this project does involve 2 computers. But I love that people are doing things outside of just their IT work, because I think one thing that jumped out at me, Brittany, when we're all having these discussions is IT is obviously, we're all in this because we love technology, but it's really about people. And we're all, I love the fact that that everyone really jumped on this, and it's a cool indication that, man, there's a lot of really interesting creative people out there. So I love that we get to highlight that and celebrate that together. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, oh yes. Okay. Number 2 is the wooden mechanical keyboard. Very nice. Brittany, do you have a mechanical keyboard?
I mean, I have a Razer. I have a mechanical keyboard, but it's not one I built myself. One day I want to build a keyboard myself, but that's a big project to take on. So.
Oh man, my good friend Matt Fox from Valiant Technology, who's been on lots of our shows before, he is getting into this big time, and he's doing cool stuff. All right. Yeah, this is the playable NES that's built out of Legos. So cool. So cool. The sheet metal Black Pearl. I don't think you can get much more metal than having a metal pirate ship.
Yeah, it's really cool. I can't imagine the amount of work that went into that too.
I know. I want to see it like in person.
Yeah,
Oh man, this is one of your faves, right?
that's one of my personal favorites. Yeah, I think that's so cool. It's something I would put in my office for sure.
I just gotta get the giant sword. Okay, yes. Oh, and the Murphy bed. That I think is amazing. This is something I thought only existed in like TV shows, but no, they're real. Oh man, yeah, this one is super cool. That's a turntable in there, by the way, too.
Yeah,
this is super hipster cred. So Alex Smith saying that's his choice. Then we have the handmade guitar, man.
I didn't know that was possible.
Brittany, what's your hobby? Are you making anything? Do you have anything that you're crafting? Because I do not. I am not on any of these levels, and it's making me feel a little bit bad.
No, unfortunately, I don't have. I've been trying to learn how to draw. I'm not very good at it. I stream in my spare time, but that's just playing video games. So nothing that I've made.
I don't know. I think it counts. This is super cute. This is the fire truck Halloween thing. I actually did something similar. My son, who was 2 years old at the time, wanted, or maybe 3, wanted to be a mail person, a postal worker, and so I made him like a UPS truck. It didn't look as cool as this though. This is awesome. Look at those headlights. That's cool.
I will say, I feel like your kids have really good Halloween costumes, at least the ones I've seen.
Yeah, I'll have to. Maybe I'll share some of those too at some point. And then this is really like, if you want to win something, folks, and Rachel, our VP of marketing, loves dogs, loves all animals. This is the straight ticket to her heart. So Chris submitted, he's doing a good thing for his doggo, creating a ramp for him. That was cool. All right.
So cute.
Okay, this is it. This is the big moment. Let's see. So okay, wait. Before we do this, before we show that, I need to remind everybody what's at stake here. This is what's at stake. This is insane how Lego, like, if I was a kid and you told me like there's gonna be Lego sets that cost like $900.
Yeah. No, I mean, I love the Bowser. Which one do you have your eye on?
I mean, I gotta go with the Falcon.
I mean, you have to, right?
Yeah. I mean, the Bowser's cool. But the Millennium Falcon is just so sweet. Okay, yeah. So that's what we're going for. I think the Bowser one, though, to your point, I think that's been a crowd favorite. I've gotten emails from people who are like, yeah, and Paul's there. Randy, everyone loves the Bowser. Lego, they know what they're doing. Okay. Well, that's the first one we're going to announce here. And boom! Magnus Hansen with his wood-crafted mechanical keyboard.
So cool.
Okay, that's a typo. That's my bad. It's supposed to be third prize. But he wins the Bowser. Congratulations, Magnus.
Congratulations. So exciting.
Does that keyboard work? That's a great question, Alex. If it doesn't, no Bowser. We're taking it back. Okay. Congratulations. Okay, number 2. Again, these are all voted by you in the polls. Joseph Betancourt with his Mac Towers bench. Super cool conversation starter.
Nice. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, he's winning the Razor Crest, which I think, honestly, I'm all about the minifigs. I think this one comes with some cool ones, Mandalorian, and I think the child too, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think the minifigs are some of the most fun parts of any Lego build.
Absolutely.
Minifigs.
Well, if also, while we're at it, okay, let's just go to the big one. Sorry, I blew it. The main event, the Millennium Falcon, Michael Martinez, your Lego Nintendo. Woo! I may have swayed things by saying this was my favorite. But anyway, congratulations, sir. This is awesome.
It's really cool. It's amazing. Whether you swayed the vote or not, that's a really cool.
It's really cool project. Oh, yeah, it's very, very cool. I am super impressed. I want to play. Michael, wherever you are, I want to meet up with you. I want to play some Nintendo on that bad boy. Congratulations, everyone who won. In our last, I'm not feeling jealous, not at all. Man, I want to give so many of these more Legos away. I think people are okay. How about we do this? I think we can give one more of our workstations away, and then I think we can give some away for people who respond to our email. That's going to go out that gives feedback. So I'll coordinate with Rachel and see what our budget's like and everything. But I think we can do at least 5 of them, if not more. And so for the first 5 who respond and give us some feedback, we really, really appreciate that. And we'll send you your own custom Ninja Lego workstation too. Yeah, so that's what we'll do. Okay, so the last random person, Brittany, I'm going to put this on you actually.
Oh, you're going to put it on me?
Yeah. I don't know how you're going to do this randomly when I'm putting you on the spot. We had Christine. Well, okay, how about this? How about scroll through the chat really fast and then just like close your eyes and point at one name.
Okay. Alex Smith.
Alex Smith. Wait, did you win something already, Alex? No, you didn't.
Did you already win something?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Okay. That's what you told me to do. I just scrolled. That's where my mouse landed. So congrats, Alex.
Beautiful, Alex. Yeah, so we're gonna get in touch with you, and you can make that Lego look like yourself, like someone else. And I definitely want to see a picture of it once we get it to you. All right, everybody. Well, I think we're gonna end a little bit early unless folks here just want to hang out. No, I want to thank everybody again. It's really just it's great being involved in the community. Just a reminder of who we are. There you go. Brittany is a community manager, technical content community manager. She's involved with in Discord and Slack groups and Spiceworks. Don't be shy. Reach out to Brittany. She's awesome. Stephen Murphy, who everybody was admiring his voice and capturing screenshots of him. He is also all over the communities at all hours of the day, although we're working with him on that to try to get him back into a reasonable work-life balance. There it is, Thomas. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, we love the community. Any chance we get to engage with folks, we definitely want to do it. So I guess I'll just leave it with thank you so much. Oh, Jonathan, yeah. We're going to make sure to give more Lego folks to people. Another way to get it is this is what we do when we go to trade shows. So if anyone's going around, if you see a show coming near you, you're planning to go somewhere anyway, make sure to stop by a Ninja booth and you can make your own Lego too. Or just reach out to one of us and maybe we can pull some strings. Great. Well, Brittany, I think we've done our duty here. I think
so. Yeah. I've done a lot of work here. I've given out a lot of prizes. My work here is done.
Beautiful. All right. Well, everyone, thank you so much again. This is ITX. We're going to do this again. Like I mentioned, we're going to send you the feedback. We want to hear from you. We want to get your input on the sessions that are going to be valuable, who we should get in terms of speakers, all that good stuff. So we will send that to you. And before you log off, a lot of you probably have already, I'm going to add one last poll. And that's just going to be a simple question. On a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rank this event in terms of how relevant, how valuable for you? And so I'm going to put that in the poll now. Before you log off, if you wouldn't mind answering that, that would be awesome. How would you rank this event? I should have done this beforehand. So 1 is not great at all. 2, 3, 4, 5. Awesome. Supremely awesome. Okay. So I've created that. I'm opening it. There we go. I'm not going to put it on stage here. I'll let you. I'll let everybody fill that out on their own. I will not be disappointed if be honest with us. But with all that said, thank you everybody for joining. I hope you had a good time. Hope this was great, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thanks, y'all.
See you, everybody.